people to have more kids in China today. So I recently dug that book out. I thumbed through it again, and I was stunned by how wrong its doomsday projections were. I think brainwashing is probably too strong of a term from Professor Swan, who I liked, but I was certainly, I think I was indoctrinated. And despite how wrong those 70s activists were, hysterical pronouncements continue to this day. An ice age in the 70s was going to be an ice age. Ice age is coming. No, and then no, the polar ice is melting. Florida will soon be underwater. I could go on and on. I'm going to jump to a few examples, both recent and not so recent. On March 20th, 2023, less than a year ago, the United Nations warned of humanity's ticking time bomb, quote unquote, and they released a report of reports enumerating multi-trillion dollar plan to implement climate policies across the globe. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres proclaimed the report, quote, a survival guide for humanity, and called for the phase out of fossil fuels. This is from the UN last year. Phase out fossil fuels to save the planet. He wrote, dear friends, humanity is on thin ice. That is ice that is melting fast. Some other quick examples. 1982, Mustafa Tolba, executive director of the UN's, this is years ago, the UN's Environment Program, warned of widespread devastation in less than 20 years. He said, quote, an environmental catastrophe which will witness that devastation as complete, as irreversible as any nuclear holocaust is upon us. This was 1982. Back in the 70s, Harvard biologist and Nobel Prize winner George Wald, speaking at the University of Rhode Island, said, quote, civilization will end within 15 or 30 years unless immediate action is taken. This is in the 70s. Civilization will end unless immediate action is taken. In the 70s, again, when I took this class, greenhouse theorists pushed a rise in average temperature. Plenty of prognosticators, predictors said a big freeze is coming. And I won't get into all the stats and projected. It's going to 11 degrees colder by the year 2000. Ice age is coming. Of course, that didn't happen. So in the 70s, ice age is coming, but within a couple of years, suddenly global cooling is not happening. Global warming is happening. So the climate has always changed, and I am not a climate denier, so to speak. Climate has always changed. The big issue is how much is man's activities impacting climate? Nobody knows for sure. Some say minimally, some say a lot. We don't know. And some scientists say some things, other scientists say different things. The concern and the reason for this resolution is that scientists who don't seem to adhere to or glom on to the most extreme predictions are being silenced, and that is a concern. 2006, former Vice President Gore predicted that unless drastic measures were implemented, the planet would hit, quote, an irreversible point of no return by 2016. Well, that was 8 years ago, and the point of no return was just not clear. As recently as April of 2008, CNN media mogul Ted Turner stressed the consequences of climate inaction. Action now, he said. Quote, not doing it will be catastrophic. Most of the people will have died and the rest of us will be cannibals. Civilization will have broken down. The droughts will be so bad there'll be no more corn growing. Well, the corn is still growing all these years. This is 16 years later. Just went by Senator Pearl's farm a number of times. He's got plenty of corn growing. So Ted Turner was wrong. The cannibalism that he predicted, I hope it doesn't happen. I'm not seeing any imminent cannibalism. July 2009, a year later, Prince Charles, now King Charles, Prince Charles asserted the planet had 96 months to avoid decimation. Quote, irretrievable climate and ecosystem collapse and all that goes with it is imminent. And one more. January 2019, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez put her chips on 2031 as the potential end of days. So that hasn't got here yet. It's coming. Quote, millennials and other people, Gen Z and all these folks that will come after us are looking up, and we're like, the world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate. And your biggest issue is how we're going to pay for it. And like, this is war. This is our World War III. So anyway, so there's some examples of climate activism, maybe climate extremism. These predictions, these forecasts routinely are wrong. And yet, as legislators, as lawmakers, we're under incredible pressures to respond to these, these extremists, I think, calls for action. So what prompts this extreme activism? Media sensationalism is part of it. If the world is going to end, and that's a story, except that these dramatic warnings of the world ending just haven't happened. Media sensationalism, green energy companies, of course, they do everything that they can to create concerns and a demand for green energy products, whether it's batteries or solar panels or whatever. Of course, they're going to try to make a case that their products are needed. And on and on. Activists need causes. That's how they draw their energy. So those of us who make laws, as I just said, are pressured by climate activists to take action, or else we're doomed. Laws are in place in some states that eventually ban not only gas-powered vehicles, but gas stoves. Gas stoves are not here in New Hampshire yet. It's being talked about here in New Hampshire, but there are some localities in some states that are phasing out gas stoves. They're phasing out gas-powered vehicles. And is that necessary? Is it right? There are folks here in New Hampshire that want us legislators to look at taking similar action. People want to mandate electric school buses. Is that the best way to go? Is it safe? Is it practical? Does it work in the cold? Military jets, there's pressure for them to use organic fuel, regardless of the extra cost. We've had bills in this chamber or in this House to ban wood stoves, and that's why it's relevant to us. If we have these bills, whether it's to ban wood stoves or have buy electric buses or ban gas stoves like is happening elsewhere, is that good public policy? Is it based on good science? Well, we look to scientists, and the scientists that say, whoa, it's not as bad as some others are saying, their voices, we keep saying, are being stifled. Farmers and ranchers are now struggling against the imposition of unreasonable fertilizers and livestock reduction mandates. So, speaking of food, it's the activists who are putting farmers, in some cases, in bad places because of methane. We need fewer cows. Fewer cows means less milk, means less meat. And so while the food problems didn't materialize, the very folks that warn of them want policies that are going to create food shortages with their farm policies, fertilizer policies, livestock reduction. Yes, cows create methane. How bad is the methane problem from cows? It depends on who you talk to. But those who emphasize the greatest danger in cow methane problems are the ones who seem to drive the conversation. So activists often cite scientific consensus in arguing for emergency climate action, but unlike political policies, we work on consensus. This committee, we try to come to consensus when we can. Science is different. Science isn't about compromise. It isn't about consensus. It isn't about voting. It's about numbers and facts and data. And scientific data is being twisted and used to promote political agendas. Scientists are bullied into signing on. You see all these scientists, 100 scientists signed on for something. Well, some of them later on say, I didn't dare not to sign on. And it's beyond science. I have a professor background. I've been taught at a number of colleges and universities and have done research. And research is being compromised by the climate activists and extremists. Dr. Frederick Seitz, former head of the United States National Academy of Sciences, wrote, "In more than 60 years, as a member of the scientific community, I have never witnessed a more disturbing corruption of the peer review process than the events that now shape climate change reports." Peer review is what happens with scholarly papers. Your peers look at them and give input on them, and the peer review process has been corrupted, which is a concern to those of us in academia. Which brings us to the purpose of this resolution, which simply calls for all the voices to be heard as we develop climate policies and pass laws. Those experts who are being threatened and ignored deserve to be heard. And we need to stop scaring the heck out of kids the way UNH scared the heck out of me when I was a freshman there. Most of us agree that measured and sensible reductions in fossil fuel emissions are desirable. And we can do that by working together, like we used to. The EPA was established under a Republican presidential administration. And together, we've worked and cleaned, as I said earlier, we've cleaned our lakes and rivers, we've cleaned our air. Does anybody remember how terrible the air was, air pollution in New York City or Los Angeles? We've done a great bipartisan job for decades of working together sensibly to address pollution, and air pollution, water pollution. Climate is a little bit different. You know, that's where the debate is. So to finish up, climate extremists who shut down debate and try to impose radical measures help create bad policies and bad laws while silencing contrary opinions. So this resolution simply calls for us to listen to all voices. It just says, let's just listen to everybody and stop shutting out some voices who don't adhere to the extremist activist climate agenda as we formulate policy. So if that sounds reasonable, then I hope we can eventually vote yes to listen to all voices. Or if you don't want to listen to all voices, then I think that would be a concern. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Take questions if there are any.
Do we have any questions? Yes, Representative Gagné.
Thank you, Representative, for this good stuff. Look, I've lived on this planet for almost 80 years now, and I've heard this from the get-go. And you're talking about comments here. When in the 50s, when the mills in Manchester were running, they were starting to die, but they were still running, you could go and look at the Merrimack River and see what kind of merchandise they were making by the color of the river. Red one day, green another day, blue another day. It was just discharge. That's all cleaned up. Like you said, that has been cleaned up. You can actually swim in the river now, and we're taking water from the Merrimack River for our drinking water now also. I also remember another incident for me back when I started working at the post office in 1984, and some of my colleagues were saying, "What do you want to do that? We're going to be out of business in about 2-3 years," right? And although things might be slowing down and not like they used to be, now the internet still has not quite taken over, and I still like my letters. So would you say that it's a control issue, that the minority elite wants to control the masses by fear? I spoke to some time ago about newspaper. He's a television reporter, and he said, if it bleeds, it leads. So my bottom line, what I got out of that was that keep the fear before the people so they'll listen to these controlling elites. Would that be a fair assessment?
Thank you for the comment and the question, Representative. I totally agree. You mentioned fear. This is all about fear, frankly, I think. Many of us are just tired, going back, as you said, decades of the fear mongering which is going on. Again, I recited when I was 50 years ago, when I was a freshman at UNH, they scared the heck out of me, as I've already said. And you mentioned the rivers, and so it goes back to working together. One quick comment on climate. If you do some history, in 536 AD, during the Dark Ages, there apparently was a huge volcanic event, not well recorded. It was 536. But if you go back and look at the tree rings in those days, apparently the world was dark. Trees didn't grow in that year. The temperatures plunged. Now that happened. That wasn't man-made. That was due to a volcanic eruption. Same thing happened around 1816. I was talking to Representative Sherliff a little bit earlier about New Hampshire, 1816, and froze to death. People get the heck out of New Hampshire. Why? Because of volcanic activity, Krakatoa. So not that I buy into climate change man-caused, but I would say to some of the activists who are telling us that we've increased the temperature by 2 degrees, I don't necessarily agree, but let's say that's true. If that is true, then the next volcanic eruption where the temperatures drop 2 degrees, this climate increase might save us. Greenland used to have people living there 700 years ago. Anyway, I thank you for your comment and your question.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Would you believe that during lockdowns, when nobody was driving, very few people were driving, a lot of the world economy was kind of shut down, people weren't working, through that entire year, we only reduced carbon emissions by 7% globally?
I would believe that, coming from Representative Manning, I'm sure that that's accurate.
Any further questions? Okay, I have a question for the chair. Do you feel that the EV move towards electric vehicles is sustainable in this country? And what do you feel the outcome will be if we continue on this path?
Thank you for the question about EVs, electric vehicles. I am not a scientist, although I pay attention to this stuff. I'm concerned in terms of EVs for a lot of reasons. The batteries is problematical in terms of some of the pollution that happens in trying to get the lithium, et cetera, that's needed for batteries. When it's really cold, these electric vehicles have problems. That's why the move for electric buses that we have in New Hampshire concerns me. If the buses don't start, or if they're not dependable, or their range decreases in extreme cold, that's a problem I have with EVs. I want to get smarter about that. In the military, I was in a Zoom conference about the military needing to go green. I mentioned earlier about the push for organic jet fuel, which is much more expensive, and also using, where you can, electric vehicles tactically. In some sense to that, they're quieter, but if you can't depend on them, you can't charge them. I mean, in the military, you want to accomplish the mission and, give the commanders what they need to accomplish the mission. So EVs, I think, are problematical in some ways, and I don't know that the be-all and the end-all.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions?
I have one more.
Representative Gagny?
Thank you. You just got my mind going in regards to batteries. Was it nickel cadmium? I forget what their name, yeah. Many people do not realize that in the winter, it's less effective because the batteries themselves keep the heat going to keep the batteries warm, so you have less road time. Is that correct?
Yes, again, as I said, I'm not a scientist, but most of us understand how cold impacts batteries, and cold and batteries. My iPod, which didn't work this morning because it was out my car, it was cold. So cold, yes, cold and batteries don't go together.
Any further questions? Representative Carey?
Do you think books like the one you read and Rachel Carson's Silent Spring actually helped inspired a generation in the 70s to start cleaning up the dump they had dumped in the rivers and landfills and everywhere else?
Thank you, Representative. I agree with you. Silent Spring about the birds dying from, right. That profoundly, I agree, that profoundly moved people to become activists. Most of us want to fight pollution. Fighting pollution and fighting climate change really are two different things. But I agree, that was an important book that made a difference, and they made people aware and caused people to want to take action against pollution. There's another book called The Population Bomb by Paul Ehrlich in the around 1970-ish that was really scary. He said, we're really doomed, and he was completely wrong. But Rachel Carson, Representative, I'm all for her.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now I'd like to call up Mather Calhoun. Sorry. Yeah, stated, I'm bad. Pronunciation, thank you.
There we go. Great. Well, thank you, Chairman Moffett and members of the committee. My name is Matthew K. Helene. I'm a resident of Concord, New Hampshire, and I support the bill with a few comments on how it might be improved. As a brief background, I've worked in public health issues in New Hampshire for over 3 decades, focusing on environmental hazards, measuring health impacts, taking action to reduce risks. From 2013 to 2022, I led a program in DHHS that specifically focused on weather, climate, and health outcomes. I've published several peer-reviewed studies and continue to work on research with my partners at Dartmouth and UNH and Antioch. I'm an instructor in Antioch, an environmental studies department, and currently a private consultant. A bit about my background. The reason I emphasize weather versus climate, because I think it's misunderstood quite a lot of the time, and that's what I really try to emphasize in my work, understanding the difference and working with it. I believe the bill does contain some language that can be improved by removing references to fraudulent research and intimidation, even if those do occur in rare cases. I believe this bill asks an important question: what is truth? I would propose to you that truth is a balanced mixture of 2 elements, that is accurate information and a trusted messenger. In this age of disinformation and polarization, it's a question we all have to ask ourselves about the truth over and over while challenging our own assumptions and our biases. That's what I tried to do when I was a public servant, really trying to understand what truth was and then say it in a trusted way so people could understand it. Today I have both good news and bad news about the changing environment and the health. The good news is that on a national and a state level, our citizens have adapted well to the extremes in heat and precipitation. Even as climate warms, society has been able to reduce heat-related deaths by significantly over the past 50 years, cutting the risk of death in half in our cities. That's as the conditions on the planet continue to warm. In addition, we've been able to improve air quality and reduce related deaths by over $100,000 a year. You heard that mentioned, 100,000 people per year deaths. These are improvements you rarely hear about in the media or from advocacy groups. I believe we need to teach our children and youth, or I should say citizens and youth, about the past successes, if they're have hope and kind of the insights on how we're going to address and solve these larger issues of climate change. The bad news about climate is rapidly warming. It's causing disruptions in our environment and our economy. It's unbalancing our ecosystems, and it's threatening our health. We can and will adapt to changes in our own state, yet mitigating the global causes will require significant diplomatic effort, investments, free market innovations, and international cooperation. No matter how much this nation reduces its fossil fuels or invests in new technology, we cannot spend or legislate our way out of this situation on our own. As introduced, H.R. 27 would direct the legislator to support all relevant data and perspectives on climate policy. Yet, how will you do this as individuals and as committees? Each year, there are up to 50,000 new studies related to weather, climate, and earth sciences. Of these, at least 1,000 make it into the mainstream media sources that gain public attention. In order to assess which study is relevant or unbiased, you'll need to trust someone to interpret that information for you. I would propose that this legislative body work together in a bipartisan way to develop guidelines for this challenging task. First, there's a need to identify the best information from the least biased sources who will assess them. Here, I encourage you to find, engage with, and support the New Hampshire state programs, state agencies, and the people who are dedicated to both the climate science and to ongoing critique of that. There is some settled science, yet many gaps and knowledge to explore. Second, there's a need to develop competencies for teaching differences between weather, climate, and their natural and human influences via a set of critical thinking concepts and skills. Our schools and universities, I believe, are currently doing a fair job of teaching critical thinking and feeling skills. In closing, I believe this is a good starting point to provide both the legislative and executive branches with clear, concise, and evidence-based information that will allow you to make the sound decisions about weather, climate, and health policy. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today.
Will you take any questions?
I'm happy to take questions, yes.
Representative Gagné.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Isn't climate change, term that's being used, cyclical? Has it not happened in the past, even before man was on this planet, and where we might have had frozen tundra, that you'd have palm trees 1,000 years later?
The way I describe it to my students when I'm teaching is that yes, climate has had a lot of variability and over time. What we're seeing differently now is the rate of change. It is increasing much more rapidly than it has in the past, and because of our advanced scientific understanding, we can link that to certain both natural and human influences, but we're very clear about the human influences.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very well presented. Appreciate it. And I have one more card just came in. Julius Soti, Representative Julius.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee. I came here in support of HR 27, and I was felt compelled to come here to speak because I really hate when science is used to lie, cheat, and exaggerate. And I come at this position from the perspective of a philosopher of science and epistemology. Epistemology is the theory of knowledge. In the theory of knowledge, you try to figure out, well, how do you know that you know? Now, I'm not going to take this to the extreme position of like Descartes, I think, therefore I am, or Socrates, all that I know is that I know nothing. But there's a level of humility there that's missing in many of our PhD scientists. I mean, PhD is a doctorate of philosophy, and they're not doing the philosophy. They're not doing the more rigorous certainty thinking here. In epistemology, you learn that there's degrees of certainty and that there's an anatomy to knowledge. Now, there are two types of knowledge, essentially. What's called a priori knowledge, which is reason derived from thought, logic, and math. 2 times 2 equals 4. That's high certainty. And then there's empirical knowledge, which is experimental and observational, lower certainty. Experimental studies, they have variables, increased complexity, certainty drops off exponentially at this point. Most scientific studies end up being wrong in the end and contradict each other. Science looks for predictive value and certainty, and that's where we come to the climate issue. And my professor used to say, if you can't make the prediction, you're wrong, get back to the drawing board. And there is a spectrum of certainty in science. There are predictive sciences, and it goes towards descriptive sciences, which don't predict anything. It tells you what is, and they make extrapolations. And well, good luck with anything after that. And an example of a predictive science would be in physics and chemistry, using mostly a priori knowledge of logic and math, mixing element A with element B, explosion happens. Simple. Now, as the variables increase, your certainty drops off, and throughout different sciences, your variables are increasing exponentially. Biology, psychology, sociology, economics, climatology, evolution. Now, in evolution, they're not going to tell you anything about where we're going. They'll tell you where we've been, but not where we're going. Economics, again, if economists were any good at predicting, they'd all be multimillionaires. And the same goes for climate science. It's the best that they could do is extrapolate. And they have extrapolated global warming. And they've turned it into a revenue stream through fear-mongering, and fear-mongering sells, gets funding, creates funding bias, everything's connected to it, and it corrupts the science. Which brings us to the bill. Consider all relevant information. Much information is ignored and not properly reviewed. It doesn't fit the narrative. I have an example. There's the Nikolov-Zeller study. They came up with a mathematical model that accurately predicts global mean surface temperatures of rocky planets and moons in the solar system, including the Earth. In a nutshell, what they came up with is atmospheric pressure and atmospheric density are the climate drivers. You have Venus, which is very thin atmosphere and very cold. Venus, which was always the analog for the greenhouse story, is 90 times greater pressure than the Earth and is extremely hot. So the analogy would be a thick blanket versus a thin blanket. And incidentally, this research is also bared out by NASA. They have what's called the HAVOC program. It's the High Altitude Venus Operational Concept. They have a plan to send people to Venus, but obviously they wouldn't be able to be on the surface with the surface pressure and heat being so extreme. They envision a floating vessel about 50 kilometers up in the atmosphere where the density is similar to Earth, and so is the temperature, despite the 96% carbon dioxide versus a minuscule percent on Earth. Again, pointing to the density being the key. So finally, I do want to point out another thing. If we ever come up with a carbon tax and codify it into our revenue stream, we could just forget about getting anything about the truth in this matter. I'll answer any questions.
Do you have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, taking the time to come here today. And I will now close the hearing on HR 27 and turn the gavel over to its rightful owner.
Thank you, Representative. When you say rightful owner, my name is on this gavel, now that you mention it. Thank you for wielding it for us here. And moving on to the next scheduled measure, HR 26, urging Congress to adopt a constitutional amendment to distinguish between corporate and individual rights. That is HR 26. Representative Newell is the prime sponsor. She is in the House, and we're very pleased to welcome the prime sponsor to introduce HR 26. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee for taking your time and consideration this morning. So what we have is a call on Congress to propose an amendment that clarifies that corporations are not endowed with the same constitutional rights as individual living, breathing human beings. Seems pretty obvious to me, but we have a precedent based on precedent, built on precedent, where the Supreme Court has ruled essentially that they are entitled to the same rights. One thing I thought was really interesting that I wanted to show you today, and now I can't find it. Okay, was that there was a marked change. So there were rules, there were rulings in the first place. The Supreme Court made rulings that did clarify, and they did say in their summary that corporations were not endowed with the same rights. But along the way, we have changed. This is essentially coming from way back to the railroads. I believe that was in the 1850s. There was precedent that put them on the same footing as whatever. So what I'd really like to clarify is the logic of this. If we're really looking at what the logic ends up being at the end of the day. With our rights come responsibilities. So we are endowed with these rights, but they also come with responsibilities, because if we live in a society, then we all also have the responsibility not to infringe on other people's rights. That's what comes along with having these rights and these rights being ensured. And as a society, how we ensure that these rights are maintained and that everyone's rights are protected is we have accountability for that. So if you infringe on someone else's rights, then you have accountability. That comes along with it. And so what I really wanted to do is kind of personalize this in a way and really just kind of deconstruct this argument, because I know personally, and I think a lot of us are well aware of the situation with, for example, Purdue Pharma. Purdue Pharma infringed on people's rights by lying, outright malicious actions. This is something that they did that infringed on our rights as human beings. Yet at the end of the day, I mean, it sounds really silly, right, to say, is this corporation in jail? Has their liberty been taken away? Have they had the same accountability that an individual would have if they transgressed on someone else's rights? Of course not. You can't put a corporation in jail. It's a limited liability corporation for a reason, and that makes sense in certain contexts. But as far as having the rights that we are entitled to within our Constitution, as laid out in our Constitution, it logically does not make sense for them to have the same rights if they do not have the same responsibilities and the same accountability, i.e. taking away their individual freedom and individual liberty. So that's my argument. The reason why it needs to be a constitutional amendment is because we do have this precedent on Supreme Court rulings where somewhere along the line there was a rationalization that made the comparison and said they are equal to people. And then there was another ruling, and then there was another ruling, and precedent upon precedent upon precedent has put us in this place. We have constitutional amendments for a reason, to either say, yeah, maybe we were wrong on that, let's correct this. Maybe we needed to include more people, expand these protections, and also to clarify things. So what this is essentially clarifying that corporations are not entitled to the same rights as an individual would be in the society, and therefore it is okay for us to curb their privileges in certain ways, i.e. spending in political campaigns. I think that's basically it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. The notion that money is speech, it's been out there a lot, and the wording in your resolution specifically says money is not speech. I'm trying to remember, maybe some of the other members of the committee can remember, money being speech, you mentioned the Supreme Court precedents. Where did that come from? The notion that money is speech. That's out there, right?
Yeah, actually, I do have an expert here, Sam Feldman, and he can speak much better to the process of how the precedent has been laid out. Essentially, it started with corporate personhood, and then based on corporate personhood, that you say, okay, well, then what rights are they entitled to if they're equal to a person? Sam can lay it out much better, I promise.
Okay. Other questions?
Citizens United is what I'm sorry, I don't want to speak out of turn.
Go ahead, Representative.
Citizens United is the latest one. People kind of say it opens the floodgates, but it's not the first. It really goes back to Citizens United is based on other precedent that has been in Supreme Court rulings. So it's really kind of this morphing over time. I believe the first one was the railroads back in 1850 something out in California, and that was the argument. Then that was the initial personhood argument, and then it's just kind of built on based on here's this rationalization that we provided in this, which is a Supreme Court ruling, which is precedent. So then it's considered in the next one. So it kind of, it builds on itself, and it's gotten to the point where it kind of morphs into what we have today. Does
Other
that
questions?
answer you?
Representative Shurtleff.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us today. I was just wondering if you've spoken to any of the 4 members of Congress from New Hampshire about filing a constitutional amendment, and if so, what was their response?
Actually, we just recently had something very similar. HJ Resolution 54. This is a joint resolution. We do have our members of Congress are on board to a degree. It's not exactly the same language, but they are trying to kind of get to the same effect. This is making the point. This is encouraging them. I understand this is non-binding. This is really a statement of this is what we'd really like you to do, and they are already doing it. I feel like this is clarifying exactly what we would like to be in that amendment and what we'd like to address with it, what our intent is.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Newell. Sam Fieldman is here. He's been here before. Welcome back, Sam. He's asked for 3 minutes to amplify a little bit on Representative Newell's measure. Representing Wolfpack, welcome back, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Sam Fieldman with Wolfpack. When Wolfpack first formed, part of why it formed, there was already an existing group, Move to Amend, that was working on resolutions very much like this one, and Move to Amend at the time opposed the Article 5 convention route. Wolfpack was formed partially in response to that to make sure that there was a group pushing for the Article 5 convention route, like HJR 9 that this committee passed just recently. Both groups have since changed their position to some degree. Move to Amend has since embraced the idea of resolutions like HJR 9 that passed recently, and Wolfpack has also seen the additional separate value in passing resolutions like this one here. They should not be considered in competition with each other. They should both pass. And the best example of why we saw in the 17th Amendment, it's certainly not the only example. The Bill of Rights is an example. The repeal of prohibition is an example. But in the 17th Amendment, there was a strong push for an Article 5 convention effort to get direct election of senators, and that worked side by side with a number of other political efforts to change public opinion, to send messages to Congress, to actually propose direct election themselves. And that's why once we got to the point where we were very close to the number of states that we needed to call a convention, within 1 or 2, the other underlying political work to push Congress had gotten to the point where they were able to use that leverage to get over the hump. And that's how these two ideas work hand in hand together. I do also want to say a word about the language here. Corporations are not people and money is not speech. Wolfpack doesn't usually use those terms, but other groups do, and we do not have any problem with groups using those terms. I myself have used them individually many times. The first case, the cases that deal with corporate personhood date back to the 1800s. And for a very long time, you can see cases where rights were granted to corporations that made sense for corporations to have as stand-ins for individual human rights. Rights of actual people are guaranteed by the Constitution. There are some rights like the right to contract, the right to sue and be sued, things like that, where you need to have, in order for humans to exercise those rights, the corporations that they own must also exercise those rights. But it should never be confused with the idea of the corporation itself having rights. Corporations are not people. Corporations are liability shields. If you treat a corporation as identical to yourself, you literally lose the corporation. It dissolves. You lose the liability shield. It simply is not identical with the human who owns it. It's by law not allowed to be treated as such. And then when we saw in the case of Bellotti v. First National Bank of Boston, there was a great dissent there written by Justice Rehnquist, who listed all of the times that corporations had been granted personhood rights in the U.S. Constitution. So this is in 1978. And he noted in that case, well, first of all, it was clear in that case that all of those could be justified as natural extensions of the rights of actual humans, not rights given directly to the corporation. Having the corporation have their own rights was not necessary for any of those. And then he noted that the extension of that, which was what happened in that case, to political rights as a separate entity for the corporation was highly dangerous and completely unprecedented with respect to anything that had come before that. And we've seen that play out and magnify with cases like Citizens United that came around later. Also, in answer to your question, the case that initially claimed that that money is speech as opposed to a tool for speech was 2 years before that. It was Buckley v. Vallejo in 1976. And up until that point, the idea was that money is a tool for speech, just like a bullhorn is a tool for speech. And there's limits on how you can use it. You can't take a bullhorn to a polling place and tell people how to vote. Just like in some states, people literally buy up all of the advertising airtime and drown out all other messages. That is incompatible with the free speech rights of actual humans to use that tool in excess. The limitations that we always have on speech are that you can have limited, reasonable, content-neutral restrictions on time, place, and manner. If the restriction is unreasonable, that would be unconstitutional. If it's content-based, that's also unconstitutional. It can only be a limit on how much money you can spend under certain circumstances to make sure that people are still able to exercise their speech, but not in such a way that it drowns out other speech. And that's always been the constitutional test up until Buckley v. Vallejo and up until Bellotti, and that's what the constitutional test should still be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fieldman. Questions? Anything else? Seeing no hands, Sam, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I have no more pink cards on HR 26. So at this time, I will close the hearing on HR 26. And that brings us to HR 23. HR 23 is a resolution calling for the New Hampshire congressional delegation to support a national universal health insurance program. So I have a lot of pink cards here, which I'm not surprised at. This healthcare is certainly important to everyone. The prime sponsor, Representative Lamontagne, is here. Welcome, Representative. And you can have as much time as you need as a prime sponsor for this important resolution. Given the great number of pink cards, I'm looking at some requests for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I really want to, one person asked for 2.5 minutes, so they have that measured down to 2.5 minutes. So we let the prime sponsor have whatever time she needs to thoroughly introduce this resolution, and thank you for the handouts. So those that follow, I don't want to have a strict limit to your speech, speaking of speech from our last resolution, but I would ask that if some points have been made that you don't feel a need to repeat or reiterate information that we've already heard, always looking for new information. Representative Lamontagne, welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairperson and members of the committee for letting me speak today. And I will try to keep it brief. It's hard. It's a long resolution. But just a little bit of my own background. I worked for 15 to 20 years in various forms of public health nutrition. And my last job in that field, I was WIC director for 2 counties in North Carolina. And our clinics were all located in either county public health offices or community health organizations, nonprofits, whose mission it was to serve uninsured and underinsured people in the community. And as organizations, they were just barely able to scrape enough money up through some Medicaid, self-pay, and some grants to operate. And we couldn't even afford to provide health insurance for our own employees. So we were on our own. And in my other career, I work in residential home construction, so I know what it's like to have to buy health insurance on your own, not through your employer. So about this resolution, let me be clear that this is not socialized medicine. We're talking about a single payer managed system that is national and publicly managed. We already have single payer health systems in this country, like Medicare or TRICARE. They are single payer, they're just not universal. And that's what we're looking for. And our current system is tremendously expensive and inefficient. And by freeing ourselves from this very complicated system of private insurance, it really would be a boon for doctors to be able to open their own practice again, like we haven't seen in decades. And this would be very helpful to rural areas. Because one of the biggest problems is that a medical practice has to have a team of staff people whose sole job is to try to negotiate with insurance companies all day long. So we also don't have, moving on to the second point of my resolution, we don't have universal coverage. There's still a lot of people that lack health insurance in this country, about 25 million. And even those that have insurance have high barriers, such as deductibles and restrictive networks of what doctors they can go to. We have the most expensive healthcare in the world, and really the worst outcomes of any developed country. And we have major gaps in our insurance system, that's particularly for dental care and for long-term care. And for me, that's one of the most criminal aspects of our system, is that if you're not lucky enough to die in your sleep peacefully in your late 80s, and you end up needing long-term care for any length of time, if you're not a rich person, very much you will deplete all of your assets, leaving nothing for your children, and go on Medicaid at the end of your life. This is what happens to working families, middle-class families, all over New Hampshire and the country. And the reason for that is we don't have national long-term care. And another big problem with our private insurance system is that it's really an impediment for people seeking preventive care with high deductibles. And so people delay getting care for chronic medical conditions and end up going to the ER instead of a primary care doctor. And we all know this is a huge cost to hospitals and for our system functioning efficiently. And we have several doctors that can speak more to the effects on their own practices. But another big area is what high medical costs do to Americans financially. 20% of Americans report that it's difficult to pay their medical bills. And 66% of all bankruptcies in the United States are due to medical bills. That's enormous. Another big reason that I am in favor of a national universal health insurance program is having insurance that's independent of your job will allow people to pursue happiness in the job that they love not just the job with health benefits. Personal freedom is one of the biggest reasons I'm in favor of a national health insurance system. Just think what it would mean for people that want to start their own business and already have to come up with a lot of money, but then to have to pay for health insurance for all their employees. It's a daunting thing. It would be a great freedom for small businesses and entrepreneurs, and let alone the big manufacturing companies that have to compete with businesses from other countries where those businesses don't have to pay for insurance for their employees. It's already paid for. So that's a huge economic disadvantage for American businesses that are competing internationally. And another big group are having an insurance program for everyone. It would help gig workers who do not get benefits in their job, and they're an increasingly large part of our workforce. They could get insurance as easily as their Social Security card. But let's be clear, we do not have a free market in health insurance in this country. If you get coverage through your job, your employer's the one who picks the plan, not you. If you buy through the marketplace, which I do now, you really only have one or two options. And then when you look at what, on the marketplace, when I first signed up, there were two different plans. So I went with one. And then after a couple of years, I thought, well, maybe I should try this other one. It might save a little bit of money on my premium. And then I found that none of my doctors were on that other plan. I really had to go with that one insurance company who had the main network where I live. So I had no choice. And then, the plans, they present this array of plan options, but they all amount to the same thing. You either pay more in premiums or have a higher deductible. And you end up spending about the same amount of money. And another really important reason for me to have a national universal health insurance plan is to eliminate the need for poverty-only government health insurance, mainly Medicaid. And I don't want anyone to leave here thinking I want to stop the Medicaid program, only if we have another option in place, because it's the only option for so many millions of people. But Medicaid, has enormous administrative costs, both, to qualify people based on their income. And then you have to do it over and over and over again. And it's also tedious to be on the other side of that, to have to apply for that. And also the stigma of having insurance that's only for poor people. When I first applied to be on the exchange through the Affordable Care Act, our business had been decimated by the recession. Our income was really low, and they told me I had to apply for Medicaid first. And my reaction, I was kind of mortified. I have never been on any kind of public assistance in my life. And I thought, I don't want to have a Medicaid card. I know what that would be like when I go to the doctor's office. And I made just enough money that I didn't have to do that. And it's a literal barrier to access, because many private practices will simply not take you if Medicaid is your only insurance. The other thing is Medicaid is a disincentive to work. If you're at this position with your income, if I make just a little bit more, I'm going to lose my health insurance, and I'm pregnant. I can't do that. I'm going to cut back my hours in order to qualify, or I'm going to work under the table so they don't know that I make a little too much to qualify for Medicaid. And there are so many lower wage jobs in which the employer gets out of the responsibility to provide insurance. They say, it can only offer you 29 hours a week. Or that's why you have many people that are working more than one job, but they still don't get insurance. And, and also Medicaid expansion, well, I'm in favor of it. In many ways, it uses taxpayer money to subsidize big employers who find these loopholes of not paying their own employees the insurance. And Medicaid puts half the burden on states, setting up constant battles in state legislatures and creating disparities in healthcare from state to state. And a big reason we need the national health plan is the economy of scale. We can't fix this in New Hampshire. We're not big enough to have our own single-payer healthcare system. And finally, I think the most important of all is understanding that we are probably the only country in the world that has a low-risk health insurance pool and a high-risk health insurance pool. We already have 35% of Americans on some type of government insurance. But government spending on healthcare accounts for 64% of total healthcare expenditures. So why is that? If they're only covering 35%, why do they have really twice that much of a share of expenditures? That's because that 35% represents the high risk pool, right? The government is insuring all the indigent, anyone with a disability, any child born with a major medical problem goes on the CHIP program. And most important of all the seniors, the ones that need the most health care and have the most long-term expensive health care needs, the government pays for them. And meanwhile, the private insurance companies, like, oh, you can insure the healthy working adult and their children. Very few of them are gonna have high medical expenses. So it's set up this system where they get to make enormous profits, insuring a low risk pool, and the government picks up the rest. So how is this sustainable? And people, when I talk to them about universal health care, they say, well, that sounds great, but how can we afford it? But really, how can we afford not to do that? How can we afford not to combine the risk pools like every other country in the world? If we did that, instead of private insurance making enormous profits off the low risk pool, we could have enough money for Medicare not to need any supplements, for Medicare to include dental care, and for Medicare to include long-term care insurance so we can actually take care of our elderly in a dignified way. And so I urge you to vote to pass on this resolution. It will cost us nothing. It will save us all money if it actually goes anywhere. But we do want to send a message to Congress that we need a real solution, and it has to be national. And I say this to members of my own party, that I want them to do more, as well as the other party. So I'm welcome to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Representative. I have a couple quick ones. So Massachusetts famously, supposedly, a few years ago, developed a near universal state healthcare plan. What if this were to move forward? Can you speak very briefly at all about what would that? How would that impact existing state plans that are near universal or near universal? Yeah.
Well, the Massachusetts plan is really, it's much like what we have at the federal level already in terms of it guarantee, it's a mixture of public and private, right? There are some, if people don't qualify Medicare, they can get on Mass Health, which it covers a certain another point. But, one of the aspects of the Affordable Care Act, while there are many good things that I like about it, is it also relies on subsidies. So if you make too much to qualify for some of these other federally managed programs, but not quite enough to pay the full premium, the government basically writes a check to the private insurance company to fill the gap in that premium. I don't like that at all. I mean, it's just making the situation worse. Another proposal that is often heard is like, well, let's just open up Medicare for people 55 to 65. That would actually make the disparities worse. It would put more people that are hired to insure on the government dole and taking less off the private risk pool, right? It would make it worse. It's got to be universal. And then we could do away with some of these programs that are inefficient to run.
Thank you for that. My other question is, most everyone knows our country is being inundated, not New Hampshire as much as other places, with migrants here coming into the country illegally. And my question is, we're talking about millions and millions of undocumented folks. And I know current law requires emergency rooms to take care of people who show up looking for health care. But do you envision your National Universal Health Insurance Program, how would illegal or undocumented migrants, that type of those types of folks, would they be covered by the plan that you envision?
Well, if they're working jobs and paying, if they're getting a paycheck, then yes, they would probably be contributing as well as receiving. Just like now, many illegal workers are working with illegal Social Security numbers and they're paying into the Social Security system. Unfortunately, they'll probably never be able to collect on that benefit because in the end, they'll be found to have an illegal card. But ideally, we live in a system where anyone that's working can be recognized for working, and if they're paying into it, they should get the benefits as well.
So what I'm hearing is that if they're not working, they would not be covered. Is that fair to say?
Well, no, because the Social Security number is basically you have one whether you're working or not, right? Even if you don't have a job, you might still be eligible for Social Security benefits, depending on your circumstances. But how I envision Medicare, we already pay a Medicare deduction, right, for the future. That's like around 2.5% or 3% of our paycheck, right? And how I envision expanding, making Medicare universal, is you increase that just by a couple percentage points, and that would be enough. Medicare, the administrative cost of Medicare now is only about 3%. Compared to what you pay for private insurance, you're paying anywhere to 12 to 20% of your paycheck for private insurance. So what I'm saying is you're paying in if you have a job. You're not if you don't. But as long as you have that number, you do. But unlike Medicaid, there's actually no disincentive to work, right? The more you work, great. You know, you're paying a little bit more, but only as a percentage.
Thank you for that. Other questions, Representative Gagny?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to be 80 years old in a couple of days. I haven't worked since 2006. Retired from the Postal Service. My health insurance that I pay, the government does not pay my health insurance, takes up half my annuity. I'm happy with that because I'm 80 years old, I'm not working. Suppose someone who's 40 years old and is working and paying into the system, right?
Yeah.
And I have the same condition, that person has the same condition, but that individual is still able to work. Would that be something like managed care where if the money is tight, government-wise, that maybe someone like me would be pushed aside down the road? That happened in Canada, I know from my relatives, point that the older people waited like a year to a year and a half before they were seen. Some of them died. Whereas the working people were seen first. Do you envision perhaps a possible scenario that way?
Not really. I think one thing is having a national program will give us the scale that we can set up policies that work for everybody. And I believe we have enough resources in this country that we don't have to deny people coverage. But, you know, it seems to me that what we call managed care now is mostly insurance companies trying to deny claims and coverage in order to maximize profits. That's what the private insurance companies call managed care. But I think if it's a publicly run program with independent panels to determine best quality of care and priorities, that wouldn't be the main motivation for it. But right now, you know, my husband's doctor just retired after being his doctor for about 40 years, and he had to find a new primary care. We spent about 3 months just trying to find a primary care doctor accepting new patients. And his first primary care appointment is 7 months away. So we have a problem already. I hope we can fix it.
Other questions? Representative Massimillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Could you clarify the difference between universal healthcare and socialized healthcare?
Yeah, socialized medicine is really in which the government is actually running the healthcare facilities. That's not the case. The only thing that comes close to that in this country is the VA, where that's a government managed health service. What we're talking about here is only the insurance aspect of it. Who's paying for that? You can go to any doctor with Medicare.
Good question and good answer, I think. Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So during the pandemic and after, there was a lot of push, especially from talking heads at night, late night shows, where they were saying if you refuse to get the jab, you shouldn't be allowed to have health care. Would you oppose any kind of measure like that may be appended to some kind of universal Medicare? Or would you say that someone has the right to not get vaccinated and continue to get care?
I probably would not support that, even though I believe vaccines are good. But I do think, depending on the stage of an epidemic, it's certainly, I think, the right of any practice to say, oh, you must be vaccinated, to not put their own people and other patients at risk. But that's not, perhaps one of the physicians that are speaking may better answer that question.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Madam Prime Sponsor, Representative Lamontagne.
Thank you.
I have Representative Howland from Durham, who's representing himself, supporting the bill, asked for up to 3 minutes. Representative Howland, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for listening to me. I'll try to be really succinct. Before I became a representative, I spent a decade on the Oyster River School Board and also on the Durham Town Council. In my major capacity, I worked on the Budget Committee and I worked on negotiating with our collective bargaining units. And because we're really personnel driven, healthcare costs have a huge impact on us. And what we were really looking for is the ability to stabilize our healthcare costs, which everybody is trying to do. And it really, really is challenging. This year, for example, deep in our budget process, you find out from the insurance companies what your guaranteed maximum is. And so this year at the end of October, we found out it's 15%. That's a $1 million impact on our budget that we have 2 months to figure out how to come up with that before we do our public hearing. And it directly impacts, of course, the tax impact our residents are going to feel, and then that impacts whether they'll vote for our budget. And so we tried everything. We tried working with different higher deductible plans for our younger workers and giving them health benefit cards to offset their copays. We tried steering them to price shopping so that they could get the best rate on MRIs or blood work or anything else to stabilize our costs. We tried to have them participate in healthy living programs to try to lower their risk, and none of it works. And I think it was touched on by the prime sponsor. It's because our pool is too small. We couldn't mitigate the risk, and so there's no ability, despite trying our best, to be able to control our costs. And so the state faces the same problem. We come to you and say, can you please help us? We need to stabilize our costs. What can you do to help us? And then New Hampshire runs into the same problem we did. Their pool is too small. You can't mitigate the risk. You're also dealing with the impact of healthcare costs on your budget. And so that's why we're asking for, or that's why I support the resolution. A national program broadens our pool and not only helps the state, but helps our municipalities and our businesses. So that's the reason I support the bill, and I hope I came in under my 3 minutes.
Very well presented, Representative. Questions? Representative Carey?
So based on your experience, do you believe, because New Hampshire is the second oldest state in the United States, that our costs are higher as a result of us being an aging population?
Thank you for the question. I do. And in fact, that was part of our strategy. Our strategy was our younger workers, if we put them on a higher deductible, then it lowered the cost of their premiums, and we could then make up for the cost of our older workers who were more costly. It doesn't work. The pool was still too small.
Another good question and good answer. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
The Honorable Jen Coffey from Manchester, is she here? It looks like someone's heading up. Welcome, former Representative Coffey from Manchester. Supporting the bill, the resolution.
Thank you. I'm not used to mics being here. Greetings, and thank you for taking the time for this, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of this committee. I am a former rep, and when I was here, I was a Republican, and I was vice chair of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. And for 20 years of my life, I served my community as an EMT and as a medical technician in hospital. I truly believe that we could fix healthcare. I believed in creating healthcare compacts and proper government controls to ensure that the basics were covered. There was a level of expectation that I had that insurance would cover. I was blind to the realities of what happens when you're the one who gets sick. I learned the hard way. And I'd like to ask you not to support forcing others to do the same, and pass this resolution sending a clear message to the Hill that we need change. Health insurance is the best scam in America. They make money off the sick and the dying by denying and delaying care. I've seen patients denied chemo because the insurance wanted them to try a different chemo first, and the cheaper one didn't work, and by the time they knew that, it was too late to give them the one that might have. I hugged a daughter of a college professor who was forced to watch her father pass as he was denied access to the very care that could have given him more time. And isn't that what we all want? Time. Health insurance companies trade our time for their sailboats. This body can tell Congress to end the fleecing of America. Medicare premiums end up in profit margins while people die and suffer, denied access to life-saving care. Did you know that private for-profit insurance companies collect over $140 billion in Medicare premiums and overpayments every year? Just on their Medicare products, never mind the private insurance products that they sell. And they won't give your grandmother any teeth. She can have puree. A child goes without a prosthetic that works for a cheaper one instead. I've taken my struggles publicly to access the care that I need to stay alive. I had to fight United Healthcare in the press and in the social media. I had to shame them into talking to me. I had to go to Washington, D.C. and have meetings and press conferences. I met with senior aides of our federal delegation, and they've had to help me get coverage. I've had to fight for every single treatment to stay alive, and it's exhausting. Forgive me. I want more quality moments in life. Isn't that what you want too? To have a life worth living. It's a constant terror to worry about access to care. I'm one of many whose cost of living was exacerbated at the end of the pandemic when our rent was raised $400 all at once and we were told to vacate or pay within 2. I had to start rationing my infusions, and I still do that today. I get to ration them a little less when United Healthcare pays at least part of the cost. You know, they boasted $8 billion in first quarter profits last year while they refused to pay $600 for my infusion. Let me explain something. I have CRPS, complex regional pain syndrome. It is the most painful disease known to modern medicine. It has no cure, and in the United States, there is no approved treatment. And the fact that the FDA has failed to approve a treatment has actually caused my insurance company to use as an excuse to not cover my care. So if I don't pay, nobody does. They don't make money if they pay for my health care. In fact, I would challenge you to tell me one thing that health insurance does to increase positive medical outcomes in any medical situation. National healthcare would grant us true medical freedom. It would enable everyone to access the same healthcare currently limited to the rich and the pampered and powerful elite. With the removal of insurance companies, more people would live. More importantly, they would live longer and with quality of life worth living. This resolution is the will of the people, and we are hoping that you hear us. We are tired of insurance companies forcing our loved ones to suffer and die while a life could have been saved if only they had not been denied access to care. I had the chance to travel to the Netherlands and experience national health care firsthand. I was even able to access some care with a modest out-of-pocket. The point is that everyone has access. No one is denied. Medication is given when the doctor orders it, as it should be. I'm asking you to send a message and pass H.R. 23 and tell the Hill it's time for a change. Thank you for your time. And Representative Moffett, I couldn't help but notice your comment about Massachusetts. My parents, still Republicans living in Massachusetts, hate Romney Care. It has caused my mother to suffer. It's caused her to have delays in care, and it didn't have to be that way, but Romney Care made it so.
Thank you for that and for addressing that question that I posed earlier. And thank you for sharing and personalizing questions. All right, Representative Sherliff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not really a question. It's just a comment to Representative Coffey. I think the last time I saw her was about 15 years ago when I chaired the House Criminal Justice Committee. And she brought in a bill to legalize switchblades, which the whole committee was against. When she finished, we passed her bill unanimously, and it's now legal to have a switchblade. And I just want her to know you are still missed here in the New Hampshire House. And thank you for being here.
Representative Shurtleff, and I was honored that you were actually one of the co-sponsors for me with some of my efforts. As in with healthcare, it was a situation where bipartisan work was very well done, and this committee has the ability to do just that now.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, I have here Dr. Marcosa Santiago, MD, representing the DNHP or PNA. He'll explain that momentarily in himself. He's asked for up to 5 minutes. And he is, or she at Marcosa, welcome. And thank you for the handouts. Those are always appreciated.
You may not understand me.
Maybe not so much your accent as my hearing. So thank you for the written testimony, Dr. Santiago. And for those who don't have a handout, Dr. Santiago is a retired child psychiatrist who supports HR 23. From Rumney. Well, welcome.
Good morning. State Committee of State Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs Chair, Representative Moffett, members, officers, members, and all of my legislators. I am Dr. Marcosa Santiago, a retired child psychiatrist and supporting HR 23. I am here to respectfully request you to vote yes on HR 23. Your help passing this resolution will give force to the intent of the House of Representatives that the New Hampshire legislature calls on our federal congressional delegation to pursue and pass legislation for a national universal health insurance program. This plea is due to the reality that the New Hampshire cannot provide universal health insurance on our own. Our multi-payer healthcare system can be best described as complex, unaffordable, and broken maze that no amount of navigation will lead to getting satisfactory medical care. While in practice, I had difficulty advocating for my patients for mental health services from multiple insurance companies carrying an array of plans. Now retired, that I am happily 83 years old, but with chronic health conditions, I say I am a recipient of, maybe more proper, a victim of 1, double billing, 2, overbilled $600 for a 30-minute PCP visit with zero payment from both traditional Medicare and supplemental Blue Cross Blue Shield. Third, 1-month medicine for my husband cost $360. Thanks heavens, bypassing Part D drug coverage and using the so-called Good RX, I don't know whether you're aware of that, cost us only $30. The problem I encountered personally are only a few among many others that you had already heard being mentioned by the former speakers and by Representative Lamontan, who is the primary sponsor. I will be grateful for your yes vote on HR 23, again, so that our New Hampshire legislator calls on our federal delegation, congressional delegation, to pursue and pass legislation for a national universal health insurance program. Thank you for meeting with your constituents and listening.
Thank you, Dr. Santiago. Questions? Seeing none, thank you again. We're going to go to another MD, according to the card here. Dr. Kenneth Dalcart, or you can explain this, make sure we get the spelling right. And he is right up front. For the clerk, could you make sure we get your last name correct?
Yes, Dalcart, that's right. My name is Dr. Kenneth Dalcart. And thank you, Chairman Moffett and representatives. And I'm giving testimony proposing we move forward with H.R. 23 resolution. It's sometimes said that we Americans always do the right thing after we've tried everything else. And our everything else has been, these past 40 years, the privatizing, profitizing, and deregulation of American healthcare. Those of us with gray hair will remember Blue Cross Blue Shield, which our parents probably had when we were kids and was affordable. What's the consequence of this deregulation? Your New Hampshire workers who have health benefits have shouldered quadrupling insurance premiums since 1999, quadrupled, even while added deductibles make affordable care impossible. New Hampshire employers scramble to find reasonable health plans for their employees, and those workers' potential salary raises are siphoned off to cover insurance coverage. For gig workers, as mentioned, and for those families living in poverty, healthcare is fragmented by transient coverage either on the ACA or Medicaid, both of which the state now contracts out to managed care companies whose fiduciary responsibility is to Wall Street. That's their mission. They are a for-profit organization. So as of January 2024, additionally, 15 million Americans have lost that Medicaid coverage. That was due to the lapse of the American Rescue Act, adding to the 25 million Americans who already go without health insurance. So unique to this developed country, Americans create GoFundMe sites to pay for their cancer care or go bankrupt, even if they have insurance from uncovered medical expenses. That is the reality. Didn't used to be that way. As a primary care internist and a geriatrician, I've served New Hampshire patients for 40 years. I have personally witnessed people's health destroyed when their medical care is interrupted by loss of coverage and loss of their treatments, or by arbitrary denials of service or medication. We hear so much about rationing. The rationing is happening towards Wall Street, towards profit. And who's paying for that? We are with our health. The absence of a health system devoted to health rather than profit has resulted in preventative and essential primary care becoming ever harder to find, as we all know, especially in rural areas. We trail the developed world in the rate of death, which would otherwise be prevented, by the way, had quality care been delivered, and that's only one of numerous dismal metrics which reflect the absence of a genuine health system in the United States. Any semblance of a system-wide health planning is sacrificed to short-term corporate profit. That's why the companies exist, to make profit. That's fine. But it doesn't serve us well as a public good. Of interest, basically, for 60 years, by the way, traditional Medicare has excelled in administrative efficiency and has enabled exemplary care, actually, by those metrics, for seniors and those with kidney failure and disabilities. However, even there, recent privatization with overly subsidized contracts to the poorly regulated intermediary Medicare Advantage megaliths now threatens the financial integrity of Medicare. The public dollars lost, as mentioned, to fraudulent upcoding, denial and restriction of services, and lucrative contract subsidies would be better spent improving traditional Medicare. So a national health care and coverage system is really required to coordinate the availability of clinicians and eliminate the obvious pricing failure we're all seeing an extraordinary administrative waste of our healthcare dollar. By the way, as a side note, funding by a single payer such as Medicare does not prevent the involvement of intermediary insurers. That's common in many other countries. But what it does require is adequate regulation and standardization directed towards efficient healthcare rather than diversion towards profit. For the first time since polling has been done, by the way, in the United States, a majority of Americans now rate the quality of U.S. healthcare as only fair or, quote, poor. That's new in my lifetime. Selecting health insurance, as many of us know, if you have health insurance, is a hassle. Deductibles are absurd. Locating a primary care doctor is difficult, if not impossible. Your medical care is fragmented. Figuring out what medications are covered by your insurance is inscrutable for you as the patient and for me as the doctor. That's not by accident. We continue to lack guarantees of universal, affordable, accessible, and high-quality healthcare, which is enjoyed by the rest of the developed world. Your constituents, including lots of small business owners, actually support this resolution. So please support our congressional representatives in creating legislation that will provide affordable, accessible, universal, high-quality national health insurance that places the health of New Hampshire citizens first. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Representative Gag, will you take a question? Representative Gagny?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor, for taking my question. I'm going to be a devil's advocate, if that's
Sure.
okay with you. Okay, let's say this universal health care insurance program passes. By the way, I have zero copay because I'm paying a whole bunch of money. All right. Who would be responsible for its administration? Would it be medical professionals? Would it be somebody elected into high office who makes a decision?
So can I ask you, do you have Medicare?
I do.
Right. So who is currently responsible for that? The Social Security Administration. This is since 1965.
Right, and nobody asked me nobody asked me if I wanted money taken out of my paycheck for Medicare. I didn't want it.
How do you find, how long have you been, so you're 80, you mentioned?
I'm going to be 80 Monday.
All right. So you've been on Medicare since 65?
No, 62. Well, no, 65 because no Medicare until you are 65.
Do you find it satisfactory having had Medicare?
I don't use it. Doesn't do anything.
So your health is good.
My health, well, I've had 13
Getting into a
surgeries,
kind of a
but
d-
it's
back
Well,
and
so
forth
I
here.
guess what I'm saying is you currently have what is the most favored form of health insurance in the United States. If you look at HMOs, if you look at proprietary insurance that existed before HMOs, Travelers, Metropolitan Health, whatnot, since the end of Blue Cross Blue Shield, which was nonprofit community-rated health insurance, the most popular health insurance has been consistently Medicare. It has a 3%. Why is that? It's not socialized medicine. Medicare has a 3% overhead for its administration. By the way, in 1965, when it was started, 19 million people were enrolled without computers in a year. Government can be efficient. And it's been demonstrated in that particular form of single payer, namely Medicare. It's now threatened by privatizing and over anyhow. So
my question, sir, is who would be responsible for its administration? Would it be medical professionals or somebody elected into office deciding, well, there's only going to be so much money given for this procedure?
So you're asking about who would be responsible for making decisions about what is covered?
Thank you.
Okay. So the administration would be a government. And by the way, this doesn't describe the details of what a universal, accessible health system would look like. But as to who does the decision, it's your doctor. That's what Medicare does. Medicare will essentially cover what more so than private insurance, what your clinician feels that you require. That's the nature of Medicare. It is not socialized medicine. The hospitals are not owned by Medicare or a single payer system. They're not built by Medicare or a single payer system. They're independent. Doctors are independent. They make their medical decisions independently. And again, you have a supplement to pay for your Medicare Part D. That's a different story in terms of drugs. Guess who's making the decisions about whose drugs are covered? It's not the government. It's your insurance company. Oh, we don't pay for Jardiance for your diabetes. Sorry, you have to jump through this hoop, then that hoop, then this hoop. Then maybe we'll pay for the more pricey but more effective medication. That's not the government that's doing that. That's your health insurance.
Follow up, sir?
Follow up.
Thank you. Thank you again for putting up with me.
No, not at all. They're excellent questions.
Because, okay, I have a procedure done at Dartmouth Hitchcock. They charge X amount of dollars. Okay, it goes to Medicare, and Medicare says, no, we're not going to pay that.
Right.
We're going to pay, instead of $2,000, we're going to pay $450. So if I don't have insurance, my regular insurance that I'm paying half my annuity for, that would be out of pocket.
Totally agree. It's nuts. And it's unfortunate. That's why people have GoFundMe. They go on the internet because they didn't have insurance, because there's no universal insurance here, unlike anywhere else on earth in developed countries. Or you have insurance, but it's out of network. So you ended up where the only place in the state can provide your care. But, oh, well, by the way, your insurance company says you're out of network. If you are an investor on Wall Street, you're making big bucks. Who's making these decisions? It's being made by not by folks who have an interest in health outcomes. And that's the difference between single payer programs that are devoted towards health versus profit, which is what a company that is in the business to make profits has to do.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Doctor.
Another question? Seema, thank you so much for that enlightened
welcome.
testimony.
Thank you.
Say that. Lynn Brown. Lynn is here from Lyme. She is the individual who asked for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We won't hold you to that. Lynn, thank you for coming to Concord.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all the members of the committee. I am speaking in support of this resolution. I've never done this before, so this is sort of exciting. I've been a physician since 1979 in New Hampshire. I've worked at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and at New London Hospital. And I have been dismayed over my 40 plus years of practice here on how increasingly dysfunctional this system has become. Patients with commercial and public insurance struggle to pay for health care, and especially those patients without health insurance. High and ever increasing premiums, high deductibles, and copays all add up for everyone. The costs of tests and medication are routinely things that I talk about with my patients in treating their arthritis. I'm a rheumatologist, and I have had the pleasure of seeing the treatment of arthritis evolve amazingly. We have medicines that really can make people well, lead normal lives, stop having joint replacements, etc. But insurance companies also dictate what drugs can be used. They require pre-authorization forms, which are all different, which take time from me and my staff, and frequently delay treatment for patients for weeks. This pre-authorization is required every year or with a change of insurance, and may even result in people stopping a drug that's effective because it's no longer covered by the insurance that they now have. Patients stay in jobs, as you've heard, specifically because they get insurance. I have had patients who are very well off, have insurance, have Medicare, have supplemental insurance, have their arthritis is not well controlled on the medications that they're currently using. I've suggested that we change those, add to it, and my patient has decided not to take those medications because even with Medicare, coinsurance. This is going to cost her more than $2,000 a month. This shouldn't happen in our great country. There's lots of money, as you've heard, in the system, but it's siphoned off to profits and administrative overhead so often. So we need a new system at the federal level because all states are small. So I'm asking you to empower our state representatives and senators to support this resolution for national health coverage for all Americans through a single payer. Thank you.
Thank you.
2 minutes and 30 seconds?
I was listening so intently, I was not watching my watch. Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we're going to look to someone from your part of the state, I believe, from Etna, Kay Hillinger. By the way, every pink card is signed in support of the bill. So obviously including Kay Hillinger. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and to your other legislators gathered here today. I have practiced medicine for 49 years. I practiced at Dartmouth-Hitchcock for a number of years and retired from that institution 10 years ago. During the years I've been in practice, there have been countless occasions when I've had patients who have suffered greatly because of the lack of affordable, accessible health care. I've listened to their concerns about the cost of medical care for themselves and their loved ones. Millions of Americans now are either uninsured or underinsured. Imagine what it would be like to be in such a situation without access to health care because of being unable to afford the insurance premiums and the high deductibles. Sadly, those who lack coverage often are faced with exorbitant bills for their care, and many will have to declare bankruptcy. My focus includes those patients, but also those who do have insurance. I have often seen that even patients who have insurance can suffer because of the current health insurance system, which is a profit-based system which pits the need for medically necessary treatment against the insurance company's bottom line. This happens all too often. I'd like to share with you a case in point. I had a patient, a woman in her 50s with insurance, who had an immunodeficiency syndrome. And this meant that she lacked the immunoglobulins, which are proteins made by the immune system, which protect us from serious infections. Well, this woman lacked those, and therefore she needed to receive intravenous infusions of immunoglobulin on a monthly basis so that she would not have recurrent episodes of severe life-threatening infection, which would lead to hospitalization and possibly death. When I saw this patient, I ordered immune globulin infusions for her. Our insurance company denied the infusions. They would not pay for them. I made many phone calls to the insurance company about this issue. I wrote letters, and I even talked to the medical director of the insurance company, to no avail. Finally, a colleague of mine who had seen the patient in the past as well joined me in writing a strongly worded letter to the insurance company stating that if this patient died as a result of denial of care, that the insurer would bear the responsibility. Only after this did the insurance company agree to approve the essential treatment for this patient? This is just one example in which the physician's responsibility for the patient's medical care is balanced against the insurance company's bottom line. As legislators, you have the opportunity to make a profound difference for the people of New Hampshire, and by voting in favor of HR 23. I hope you will vote in favor. I hope you will talk to your congressional delegation from the state of New Hampshire and encourage them to vote in favor of a national, universal, affordable health care system for all people in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Questions? Seeing none, thanks again. We'll now move on to Julie Lepari from Matbury. Julie is here. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Moffett, Vice Chair Rowlands, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to share input on this very important issue. I'm here today on behalf of my daughter and every child who is relying on us to provide a safer, healthier world. There are many explanations as to why a universal health care program won't work. The American Bar Association reported that we have a 100-year history of failed attempts to deliver universal health coverage to Americans. It is daunting at best and more than challenging work. It calls for large system disruption. It calls for breaking down silos and creating collaboration between competing groups. And I know we're smart enough to do the work. We just have to care about the same things. Many of the cons to universal health care are fear-based. It's too expensive. It will never work. It's never worked before. There will always be a story of a failure used as a shiny example of why universal health care doesn't work. But then I'm reminded of what leadership is. Leaders don't go to the table with what doesn't work. They go to the table with solutions. With an entrepreneurial mindset, they focus on what's possible. They innovate. They challenge the status quo. They don't let fear stymie progress. When we hear people debating why what the other side of the aisle wants won't work, we often hear anger. Yet, emotional intelligence research tells us that anger is almost always a byproduct of fear. When we hear someone getting upset about change, we know they are experiencing fear. The good news is we can manage our fears. We can replace them with hope by focusing on a common goal, a common purpose to unite us. A federally funded universal health care program provides a common goal. We are here to make the world a better place for the generations that come after us. Safety and security comes from the knowledge that health care is accessible, affordable, and includes the whole person. Census.gov reported that in 2021, 3.9 million children didn't have health insurance. That is an egregious failing. And it's still not the full picture. I'd like to share a very quick story of my family's journey since adopting our daughter in 2022 to highlight that even with private insurance, we're failing because our medical systems divide mental and physical health care, a divide that desperately needs to be addressed. We adopted a beautiful, bright, intelligent, funny 8-year-old, and within a short time realized that her mental health needs were extraordinary, as was her past trauma. Despite having private insurance and Medicaid because she was in the foster care system, her mental health needs were not met in New Hampshire. We ultimately enrolled her in a program in Missouri that helps adopted children learn how to attach to and trust grown-ups. We've paid over $180,000, and the state of New Hampshire is now covering her costs of care. While I'm grateful she's getting support, it is not a small thing that instead of enjoying third grade, she spent weeks on end in emergency departments, 3 different extended emergency department stays, waiting for stabilization hospitals. Between her first 2 emergency department stays, she went to Hampstead Hospital, the only psychiatric hospital in the state for children, and what we saw there broke our hearts. After 10 days, we brought her home because we were told she wasn't safe. They were overrun with need and are grossly under-resourced. My daughter deserved better. She deserved a safe home as an infant and a young child. And she deserves a healthcare system that is equipped to meet the needs of children in crisis. A universal healthcare program that includes mental and physical health under the same system can create synergies of collaboration that can make a real difference for the most vulnerable. We have to do better, and I believe that you can make a real difference. If we use the right language, people will listen. If we rally behind a common goal of protecting families and children, we can find what unites us, and we can disrupt systems for the better. Please stand in support of a federal universal health care program that couples mental and physical health under one system. The work is worth it. Our communities, our families, our children are worth it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing and personalizing. Questions? Not seeing any. I do want to make a quick comment. When the Honorable Jen Coffey was here in the past, pre-COVID, you probably remember you mentioned that the microphone was new from your previous experience. I just want to point out that these hearings nowadays are recorded. I sometimes go back and check some of the testimony myself. And I noticed that there are always hundreds of, all of these hearings get hundreds, sometimes over 1,000 views. They're out there forever. So your testimony, and also we have one of the best clerks, maybe the best clerk in the House. You should see what she's writing. So the written testimony, the notes that she takes, the YouTube recordings. So your testimony really is heard and appreciated. All right. Also supporting the bill, as I said, all the pink cards are Hunter Hobson from Seminary Hill. Where is Seminary Hill, if we could ask Mr. Hobson?
West Lebanon.
A lot of folks from greater Dartmouth-Hitchcock today. Welcome.
Thank you. So I want to say, before we start, I consider myself very lucky to be sitting here talking before you today. I considered myself to be a pretty lucky person in general. I grew up in a good area, house had some issues, but we were able to stay out of trouble for the most part. When I was 18, I joined the Marines, and I served faithfully for 5 years.
Hoorah, Semper Fi.
Hoorah. In 2018, I got out, and my luck started to run out a little bit. I was in between TRICARE and care at the VA, and the Mission Act hadn't started yet. I got in a motor accident. The damage kept me out of work for several months. The ER visit alone was about $9 grand. But I thought it was nothing I couldn't handle. I was able to get an optometry appointment during my finals week, my first semester back at college. And it was there that it was found that I had a massive retinal tear that was at risk for total detachment. It turns out this condition is secondary to something I was born with, a condition that is not rare, and that makes it more likely. This was the first time in my life that I felt the real fear of bankruptcy. I consider myself beyond lucky. The VA covered the surgery, and the soonest day that they could do it was Christmas Eve. Christmas Day, I woke up from the surgery. My eye was covered, and I had the real thought, I wonder if this eye will be blind for the rest of my life. I wonder if it'll happen to the other eye too. Will my joints recover? I lay in the bed, crippled physically and emotionally by the fear of economic dread. Luckily, again, I continue with PT, OT, and continued care. And I make a pretty substantial recovery. I'm here today. I went on to become an EMT and then an EKG tech. I worked as both during the pandemic, in the height of the pandemic, 2020, in the COVID capital of the world at the time, Los Angeles. And I saw scores of people whose hearts took the last beats during those months. These people didn't work less than me. They didn't want to live less than me. They didn't love their family less than me. They left them all the same. And they left them with hundreds and thousands, millions of dollars in debt. I consider myself lucky. The prior health complications that I am burdened with have not taken my life. However, like many of you, I'm predisposed to Alzheimer's, so we'll see where that takes us in a few years. A good chunk of those that were lost in 2020 and outside of those years have had comorbidities, sure. But with my mechanic background, I can tell you it's cheaper at every level to put in the preventative maintenance before an end-stage condition is found. It's more effective to treat these conditions before they progress, as many of them can't be cured past a certain point. And I'll make the argument that it's just nicer to love one's neighbor and care for them before they're sick, before they're transformed by these illnesses. For these reasons, I consider myself lucky to be able to support HR 23, and I hope you do too.
Thank you for that. Again, sharing and personalizing questions. Sina, thank you so much for coming over here.
Thank you.
Okay, we are looking at 3 more cards here. Also from Lebanon, Alec Collado. You can correct my pronunciation, Alec, if you would.
So it's Collado. And firstly, of course, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the distinguished representatives for the opportunity to speak on this matter that I think is really of utmost importance. When I first donned my white coat as a medical student at Dartmouth, I accepted for myself a lifelong duty to care for people. Very often to care for people at their most vulnerable. And I consider that an enormous privilege, and I consider myself very fortunate to be in a position to take on that responsibility. But currently, the healthcare system in the United States is standing in my way. The priority is profit. Fortunately, patients sometimes receive the care that they need. I used to volunteer as a medical interpreter at a free clinic, which, by the way, I think it's a little ridiculous that free clinics exist in the United States. But there I saw plenty of low-income diabetic patients suffer the long-term negative effects of being unable to reliably afford insulin. I also met patients who hadn't seen a doctor, who had foregone necessary screening in years because of concerns regarding payment, of course. These are not rare occurrences. 1 in 5 Americans had a prescription go unfilled due to cost in this last year, 2023. In the same year, 8.7% of Americans reported not seeing a doctor, likewise, due to cost concerns. If we look at racial and ethnic minorities separately, those percentages balloon into the mid-teens. Don't worry. I'm going to take the best possible care of you. I would like to utter those words to my future patients without hesitation, but the only way that I'd be able to offer the best care to my patients, all of my patients, is if they're covered sufficiently and equitably. As it stands, 8.3% of Americans are uninsured, nearly double if between the ages of 19 and 25, and triple if they're Hispanic, with other minority groups also covered at lower rates than the average. At this juncture, we have the power to bring us closer to a future where all Americans can receive the medical care that they both need and, I believe, deserve. And so for that reason, I urge you to vote in favor of H.R. 23. And although this issue can only be corrected at the national scale, my hope is that New Hampshire's voice will be used to create positive change, not only for the citizens of the state of New Hampshire, but also the citizens of the United States at large. So thank you once again for your time and for the platform, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Alec. I'm going to throw something out that I maybe could have done or should have done to some of your preceding, I don't want to call them witnesses. I'm sorry? Presenters. Judge Lynn, who chairs Judiciary, is watching his, on YouTube, is watching some of his, he refers to the people as witnesses, but he's a judge. Presenters, yes, that's, typically when we have measures, we have people from both sides, or, pro or con. And as I mentioned before, every single pink card that I have, every person here today is speaking in favor of the resolution, which is just fine. But I find myself very sympathetic to everything I'm hearing, of course, and appreciate people personalizing. But I wish that, like as is usually the case, there is at least one or two or some folks who would flag some of what they see as problems with the resolution. I'm not a healthcare expert, although I am in the healthcare systems, as most of us are. I've a spouse and a lot of people in my family are nurses and whatever. But let me ask you this, and I'll ask the same thing of the last couple folks. What is a drawback with this resolution? We're hearing that it's good, and there's no one here to flag any pieces of it that we should also be thinking about. So I'm asking you to be kind of a devil's advocate, if you can. What about this resolution should we be concerned about, or if anything?
Well, as far as I understand it, this resolution is effectively asking to send the message that we need some sort of a universal healthcare plan to Washington, D.C. And so, I'm not sure that it proposes any direct solutions, perhaps.
Thank you for trying that one. Representative Gagny, sure, go ahead.
I don't have horns, I promise. Okay. I didn't hear the first part of your are you a medical doctor now?
I'm a medical student.
Student, okay. Now, when you graduate from medical school, you do your internship. If this becomes a universal healthcare situation, now I know for a fact my daughter's an NP, and not all NPs make the same pay scale. Depends where they work and what they do. Would that affect your bottom line, like a doctor, a chiropractor, or just a GP? The pay scale would be different. Who would set that pay scale universally throughout the country?
I'm sorry, your question is who would set the pay scale for healthcare providers?
Yes, if this becomes sort of like managed care, if this should become like, it would be controlled nationally. Okay, now there's got to be some cost savings going on somewhere, because you want to give everybody the same care that they deserve. I have no problem with that. But I know, we all know for a fact that the medical professions, as any other profession, not every medical professional makes the same pay scale. So, for overhead, so if there was one price for a particular procedure, how would that work out if you're not making enough money to stay in practice? How do you stay in practice?
So I think the best person to answer that question would have been one of the physicians that are speaking here today. But as far as I am concerned, healthcare health insurance as it is today often takes on the job of determining whether certain procedures are even medically necessary for patients. And the way that I see it, the only people that should be involved in making that decision are healthcare providers. And so I'm not sure if this is answering the question or not, but I think that at that point, payment would be determined by the healthcare that is being delivered to patients.
Thank you for allowing me to put you on the spot.
Representative Levitt?
Thank you, Chair Moffett. I'd like to call up one of the presenters, please. Call back up. Thank you, recall. Thank you, Representative Gagné. Yes, yeah, the gray-haired guy. Only because...
I think...
Carry on, yes.
Oh. Because it's a terrific question, and it's an important question.
Yes, in fact, I was looking for your card. That's why I was. Please.
Thank you. I'm Ken Delcar. So you asked a really important question that very few people, including doctors, know the answer to. How do you determine how much a physician gets paid for what they do? And it turns out that there is a little-known Relative Value Scale Committee, or the RUC, that is formed by the American Medical Association. It consists of 27 leaders from 27 specialties: neurosurgery, general surgery, vascular surgery. And among those 27 are 3 primary care specialties: pediatrics, family medicine, and general internal medicine. This committee looks at, well, we think spending an hour discussing one's depression and why you cannot take care of your diabetes accordingly, how much that is worth versus half an hour in the OR, repairing a hernia versus zapping a non-cancerous, potentially precancerous lesion on an arm. You get $80 to do this with a liquid nitrogen shot, maybe $50 to spend that half an hour or an hour talking. This is this committee. That committee gives advice to Centers for Medical Services, CMS, which always takes their recommendations. One of the problems with primary care is that there's only 3 representatives of primary care on that. The AMA is a lobby to boost and support physician salaries. So guess where the bucks go? The other thing that is important, so that's how salaries and reimbursement is currently set to an extent. The other thing, by the way, is private insurers market. So if I'm United Healthcare, I want to say that I have more fine cardiologists in the Portsmouth area than Aetna does or than Cigna does or whatnot. So guess what? They will boost by about 300% in many instances above what that recommended scale is to attract and bring in more subspecialists. Primary care gets
boosted 5%. Maybe it's 105% about what CMS recommended for that reimbursement. That's part of the problem we have with a non-system. It's not looking at what you actually need in the way of primary care versus cardiologists versus neurosurgeons. It's based on other factors. So is that helpful?
Can I
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing the doctor to come back. I've got a high school education, so I'm, my son is a patent attorney and my daughter's an NP. So they all have, they did it way better than I did. I was a lumper, which is why I've had 13 surgeries. I was a black belt instructor back in the last century, and that's what I knew. So would you say that the AMC with these 27 leaders?
The American Medical Association, AMA.
AMA.
It's called the RUC, the Relative.
AMA is good.
Yeah.
AMA is good. So would you say that these 27 specialists set parameters for what will be charged for hospital visits or routine visits?
Yes, they make it. They give advice to Centers for Medical Services, which is what also sets, by the way, Medicare reimbursement, and then private insurers use it as a benchmark to boost or subtract, to boost reimbursement.
Can I do one more, Mr. Chairman?
Proceed.
Thank you for your indulgence. So these 27 leaders, if this should pass, universal glasses,
well,
universal health insurance program, would this affect the AMA with these 27 leaders? Would they have to take instruction from the people running this thing?
No. I mean, it's interesting. Again, we haven't talked about the specifics of what a single payer system would look like, but it looks like a lot like Medicare, except improved and universal, not just for folks who attain the age of 65. So Medicare currently is using, which needs to be reformed, obviously. There's a crisis in primary care in the United States. So this mechanism has to be changed to some extent. But it's a lobbying group, so but it's also entrenched as the mechanism that sets prices. I don't know what the legislation would look like. To be honest, maybe that's the better answer. What ultimate legislation would look like with providing universal insurance for all Americans to experience would have mechanisms like this in play, but hopefully they'd be reformed.
It'd be nice to keep politics out of it.
Agreed. This is not political. This is, I agree with you. This is apart from politics.
Thank you, Doctor, for stepping back up. I mentioned earlier that our clerk is one of the best. Stand by. You have a question for this doctor?
I'm sorry.
Representative Levitt. Yes,
sorry.
please.
Representative Levitt. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair Muppet. So let's be honest. This has been, debated and legislated for decades now. I mean, there's a lot of money at stake with the insurance companies and big pharma. We go on by saying we don't want it to be political. It's very political. It's extremely political because there's a lot of money in this. We live in a capitalistic system where people go to school, they go to internship, they become doctors, different type of physicians. I don't think that part needs to be regulated. Problem I'm having here is it's pretty simple, is if you want to do something with the universal health care, we need to start small. I understand coming to the New Hampshire legislature is the beginning of the process, and I respect that, and I thank you for that. But we're talking about lobbyists, lawyers, organizations that do not want to upset the status quo. So what we're running into here is all good common sense legislation, but we do run into things,
And the question is,
roadblocks that is something that we are not going to be able to overcome. Your comments on that?
I think we all recognize how much moneyed special interests in Washington, D.C. has affected our lives. And what you are pointing out is the difficulty in countering marketing, inducement of fear in the public about changes. When there's a lot of money in special interests, the status quo is going to be supported by that special interest. That's the nature of campaign finance and a whole host of other issues. You are right. This is way beyond the state house in New Hampshire. We're a small state. We can't do this on our own. This is a resolution saying to our congressional representatives, we recognize how people are suffering unnecessarily because of to basically provide profit for what's a public good that should not have been profitized as it has become. So it's actually a very simple process of making a non-binding resolution that people recognize the system is as terribly broken and people are suffering as much as they are for lack of a health system. By the way, it's really cheap to take care of kids. You mentioned starting small. Kids don't cost a lot. They need immunizations. They need well baby care. It's not pricey. We talk about the billions of dollars that are siphoned off of Medicare and everything else. Preventative care is not expensive. Covering folks who are currently uninsured could actually even be done by the various intermediary health insurers. It's just they'd have to take a hit in terms of their profit. They'd have to be responsible for that. There's a lot of ways to get from point A to point B, I guess is what I'm saying. This doesn't tell us how to form the legislation. It's just saying we recognize the issue needs to be solved at a federal level, if that helps.
Thank you for those comments.
thank you, Doctor, for your second appearance and for also your point about this being a resolution is well taken. Sometimes there's confusion as to HB versus an HR. This is, as you pointed out so well, this is a resolution. Resolutions can matter. They sometimes get much more attention than some bills do. We have two more cards. Dr. Fisher and also Laura Lynch. I'll ask Dr. Fisher, is it Fisher or Fisher? Dr. Fisher. And while he's approaching the, not the witness stand, but the presenter's stand, he's asked for up to 5 minutes, and then Laura, our final presenter, 3 minutes. I also, I mentioned our clerk is one of the best. We also have one of the best researchers. Suddenly appearing in my hands is the pros and cons of single-payer health plans. Thank you, Christina, for getting that to us. That was a question that I had because no one is speaking against this resolution, and that's okay. But the committee, it helps the committee to get some different perspectives. So welcome, Doctor. You're from Dover, so you're not with Dartmouth Hitchcock, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah. Chairman Moffett, Vice Chair Rollins, committee members, thank you for your time and allowing me to speak to the committee. I'm Dr. Fisher. I'm a retired primary care physician, and I represent myself. But I'm also a member of the Granite State Physicians for National Health Plan, and I also chair the New Hampshire Healthcare Action Group. It's a small but growing group of individuals committed to improving the access and quality of healthcare in New Hampshire. And I also live in Representative Jessica LaMontagne's legislative district in Dover. I had a 5-minute presentation, but I noticed you had a lot of questions, and I wrote a few notes down. And so I'm going to I mean, you've been sitting here for an hour and 35 minutes listening to testimony, and I thought it might be refreshing just to kind of sit back and kind of answer a few questions, some that have already been asked, and you might have some fresh questions as well, and I thought that might be a better use of our time. Chairman, you had a question about immigrants and paying for immigrants. Well, first of all, we're paying for them now, okay? The difference is these same people, these immigrants that are coming into the emergency room, by law, we're obliged to take care of them. We can't just say, sorry, you're out on the street and just die outside the hospital someplace. We take care of them. But the problem is, under the present system, the hospital gets to charge an administrative fee, and the insurance companies, that gets passed along to the insurance companies. The insurance companies then have us pay for it. That's why insurance rates are one of the reasons they're so high, plus the administrative fee that the insurance companies put on us. So by switching to a universal health care, we cut out a lot of those middlemen and a lot of that administrative fees. As Dr. Dolkart pointed out, the administrative fee for the government-run insurance plan of Medicare is around 2 to 3%, as opposed to somewhere between 20 and 30% for private health insurances. So the answer to your question is, yeah, taxpayers are still paying for it. We're stuck, okay? We can't just let people die in the streets. But at least it's going to be cheaper to pay for them under a universal plan. Representative Gagné, you had a whole bunch of questions about how this is going to be administered, and those are really good questions. And besides the fact that all the presenters had the same thing in common, that we all were in favor of this resolution, we have something else in common too, and that is all the stories that you've heard, all the things that you've heard from the doctors and from the patients, okay? There was a difference between who is it that's going to manage your health care. Is it going to be your doctor and a collaboration between the doctor and the patient? Or is it going to be a private health insurance, these managed care companies, okay? Who's going to make the decision? Somebody who's looking out for Wall Street or someone whose sole purpose is to look out for you? Now, in terms of what's the downside, well, there can be a lot of downsides, okay? As you know, Congress is kind of dysfunctional at this time. So, yeah, any small group of individuals who have pretty secure congressional districts can kind of mess things up, and they can change the formula any way they want. But, you know, we're the richest country in the world. We spend twice as much on healthcare as any other nation does, okay? And we've got, well, one of my statistics is we rank 58th in terms of life expectancy, 58th in the world, okay? It's kind of hard to screw that up more than we've screwed it up now, all right? Can it be done? Well, you know, I have a lot of faith in Washington that maybe they could do it, okay? But I also have faith in both Republicans and Democrats that people aren't totally stupid, okay? Yeah, you get into office and you're there to represent your constituents, and some people come in with some weird agendas. But most people are honest. We're all most of us are trying to do the right thing for the people that we represent. And so I have faith that eventually they'll come up with something, especially if we give them a mandate that we want them to do something, want to get things done. So what HR 23 does basically is says, look, these private insurance companies, they spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to lobby Congress people. They don't just lobby Congress, they lobby chambers of commerce. They try to get the chambers of commerce to go against any sort of deal that actually benefits private businesses. So it's hard to work up against those, as Representative Leavitt mentioned. But we have a chance by sending it on a national basis and looking and taking the total process. I know I said I wasn't going to just answer questions, but those were the questions that you asked. I wanted to address some of those.
Thank you for that, Doctor. Representative Gagné.
Thank you, Doctor. My big concern of all of this is not, I don't want to care for people to have them cared for. It's government mandates that would tell me when I have children, that this is what you have to do with your children. You have to bring them in to do this. You have to bring them in to do that. Government mandates have always bothered me. Would you
Sure.
believe?
You know,
That was a,
yeah.
that was, would you believe, we are supposed to ask questions, and that technically was, would you believe what he just said, Doctor?
I understand about government mandates, and I have the same sort of concerns about government mandates as well. I definitely share that with you. Fortunately, with the examples that I have, and I've also worked for the VA system, okay, when it comes to healthcare, the government mandates have been more about the financial aspects and not about the personal aspects. There are some concerns about, of what we're going to cover, what counts as costs, and so on. But those are all up front. When it comes to, especially about Medicare, and I've worked with a lot of Medicare patients. You know what you're dealing with. You know what they're going to approve and what they're not going to approve. So the rate of denials for government-run health insurance, Medicare, is next to zero. The rate of denials for private health care is close to 30%. So in terms of mandates, who's really giving you the mandates? It's really the private companies that are doing the mandates, not the government.
Thank you for that, Doctor. Other questions?
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Chair Moffett. So as we know, how HR 23 reads is calling upon the New Hampshire congressional delegation to support a national universal health insurance program. We support you, then what, Doctor?
I beg your pardon?
We decide this is a good resolution with bipartisan support, then what?
Well, if you pass this on and if you approve of it, then basically what happens is our congressional delegation takes a stand. And there's some real advantages to that, especially coming from New Hampshire. That was one of the things I actually wrote down before I came up here. And let me see if I can find it here. Oh yeah, look, I've only lived in New Hampshire for 35 years. But New Hampshire is known for pragmatism, okay? Yeah, we get political, okay? But we're more pragmatic than anything else. And we also, none of us like wasteful spending. We have to be frugal with our bucks. And we're really good at that as a state. So this resolution being sent to Washington from our congressional delegation tells the rest of the nation, look, we're tired of wasting government money and wasting private money on things that aren't doing anything for us. When you look at the outcomes from private health insurance, they're horrible. I mean, they're great for making money for people, but in terms of actual health care, it's terrible. And so we want our healthcare system to take care of healthcare. And it's a very practical, it's a very pragmatic thing. And that's what we're known for. That's what we're good at. And so let's tell the rest of the nation that's what we want.
Thank you, Doctor. And we did touch on that earlier in terms of the value of a resolution versus a bill. I have two more. Any other quick questions for Dr. Wiley's on the presenters area? Seeing none, thank you for
Thank you very much.
your
I
extra
appreciate it.
time and for your flexible format. I mentioned we had one more card. I actually have two. Representative Horgan has also asked for 1 minute, but Laura Lynch is she still here? She's been waiting patiently. Laura, welcome. Laura had asked for 3 minutes. Laura is here from Temple, New Hampshire.
Okay, sure.
Hi, my name is Laura Lynch. I'm from Temple, New Hampshire. Thank you for letting me speak. A lot of people have been talking about, how to get universal health care. I'm going to tell you my story. My husband fell and broke his leg in August of 2022. He was back and forth in the nursing home and the hospital for 4 weeks. He was finally released. Within a week after, he got a stomach ache, and we rushed him to the hospital to find out that he had appendicitis. Now, my husband had a number of underlying conditions on top of what the appendicitis. We waited in the waiting room for 7 hours. 7 hours to see a doctor in an emergency room because they sent us to the emergency room. The only ones that are going first in emergency rooms is if you call it an ambulance. And the cost of an ambulance right now is $1,250 to take you 30 minutes to a hospital. And then they want a $300 copay on top of it. So, needless to say, my husband, I was told that night to go home because of my husband's underlying conditions. They were going to keep him in the hospital for several days, or for a few days anyways. I was awoken at 5:30 that morning by a nurse asking me what his meds were and all the kinds of stuff, and they told me how the surgery went and everything. And as far as I knew, they were keeping him. I got woken up at 9:30 by my husband to tell me that they were discharging him. 8 hours after the surgery was over, he was still under anesthesia, and he was told to sign paperwork. While I was at home, I wasn't there to protect him, because there's a lot of people who really need to protection from hospitals, insurance companies. My husband came home, and within a week, he was rushed to CMC with an infection. This infection eventually killed my husband, and after 2 months, he was 63 years old. I had to fight. He was in the hospital for 10 days, going back and forth with the insurance company to find out that he had a bleed in his heart, and they were looking for it everywhere else, and he ended up having open heart surgery and having his one of his pipes replaced. I forget what it is exactly. I'm sorry. And but the infection continued because no one can get it. So he finally was able to get discharged. It was a Sunday. They told me that we're going to discharge him, but we haven't found a place for him. And I wanted him to be in a place that had that was in a hospital. And I was asking them to send him to St. Joseph's Hospital for the rehab, because he had a pick in him, and they still had to give him medications and stuff like that. So I went home that day thinking that my husband was finally going to rehab. I called him the next morning. He was fine. I said to him, I'm staying home. It'd been 2 months of driving from Temple to Manchester twice, back and forth twice a day. So I came back on Tuesday, and my husband had no idea who I was. And I got a message and I was screaming at what the heck happened, what's going on. Nobody knew. Found out but that one of the nurses there said that they had given him a medication that was already he had an adverse reaction to, and they just thought maybe they tried it again. So my husband ended up back in the ICU. This was the day before Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving morning, they rushed him into the ICU for the 4th time. 4 times he was rushed into the ICU. When I got there, the doctors were saying to me, what the hell happened? And I said to them, I have no idea what happened. We left him. He was fine. He was ready to go to rehab. And he ended up in the ICU. It was the weekend after Thanksgiving. His birthday was on November 26th. And I was so excited. I went out to get a cake and to bring it back. And I found out that he wasn't breathing correctly, and they had to put him on they had him on BiPAP for a while, but his breathing was getting worse and worse, and his body was shutting down. So that next morning, they said to me, he's coming in here. His body is shutting down, but we think if we go in to do surgery, that he has a 50% chance of surviving. Well, they were waiting for a vascular surgeon to come in that day. It was on November 27th. And she came in, she checked him out. She came back in and she looked at me through the door and she just went like this. My husband would have had to have his leg cut off and his arm cut off, and he had a 10% chance of surviving surgery. So having to make a decision to shut the machines off for your husband is the worst thing you ever had to do. But having to hear doctors and nurses at the hospital tell me that they had their hands tied and their feet tied because they couldn't do anything unless they got the okay from an insurance company. I have Medicare Advantage. I don't want Medicare Advantage anymore. I want regular Medicare, and they will not allow us to get off of Medicare Advantage. Our 3% increase this year for our Social Security, I didn't get it because my dental went from $60 to $90 a month. So there goes my 3% of my raise. It's getting ridiculous. I started with Medicare at $84. It's now $174 a month. So out of my measly Social Security check, they're taking out almost $300 a month, and this is what I'm trying to survive on.
Laura,
We need universal Medicare. We need universal health care. People like I cannot afford it. I have a subscription right now for PT, and I can't go because it's $45 an appointment. And if you're doing 3 appointments a week, it's over $120 out of my $1,800 a month Social Security check.
Laura, thank you for personalizing and for sharing that. When folks are able to do that, it helps us to on a personal level to see how circumstances affect people. I think it's pretty clear why you marked down that you support this. Would you take a question if there is any?
I would love to answer any questions.
Not seeing any. Thank you again for coming here from Temple and sharing that. We have one Representative Horgan asked for 1 minute. Representative Horgan.
So as probably everybody knows, I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, and I've been on a single payer government plan for 2 years, Medicare, which you heard about before, and I have the regular traditional Medicare plus a supplement by a private insurance company. So that works well. I don't consider that a burdensome government mandate. One thing about before that, for 7 years, I had an Affordable Care Act policy, sometimes called Obamacare, which is a positive nickname for some people and negative for others. And that also was certainly better than anything that was available to me through like the employer provided. And certainly forget about the individual insurance market is pretty much worthless for someone to be. I was at middle age, but still in good health. So I think certainly the Medicare system is not perfect, but as others have pointed, it is very predictable. And of course, you get the supplement plans. There's also the Advantage plan, which is sort of a free market solution, which it didn't work well for the previous witness. I just evaluated them. They seem like a bad idea, even though they are a free market solution. They weren't good. But so I think we should send the delegation this letter. Obviously, the 4 people who are the members of our delegation all pretty much on that side of the issue. But still, it's useful to reinforce it, and we don't know if those 4 members of the congressional delegation will be there forever. So I think, and then, well, Representative Gagne's out here, but he's complaining about government mandates. I think the insurance companies are also a level of government. They're just not a level of government that is not accountable to anybody but their own stockholders. I think probably we should use something. We should have a federal program that's along the line of Medicare, and then President LaMontagne handed out that document you've all seen. They also mentioned there's TRICARE as the military ones. So I think it's not just veterans who have health issues. It's not even just old people. I know there's many young people who have serious medical issues. So I would just say vote yes on this resolution, and we can go ahead and send go ahead and send the letter on probably some nice formal stationery to the delegation, and it's not going to make a huge difference, but it'll make a small positive difference. So I would urge you to vote yes. I suppose I quite possibly maybe vote yes because I'm going to be here for the executive session. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Your card did not say which you were for, but obviously you were
Yeah.
for this clearly.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Give the clerk
Questions?
permission to check that off.
Seeing no questions, thank you again, Representative Horgan. At this time, I am going to, that was our last measure. We're now, it's a little after 11:30. We're into the executive, exec part. What I need to do, what I want to do, what I will do at this time, and don't panic, we are going to caucus. The first exec measure we will take up will be HR 31. Now, that is the measure that we did open and recess. There were no pink cards. As the chair, before we recess, I would like to ask there was one prime sponsor for HR 31, which again, we will exec first. I'd like to ask Representative Sweeney, who is here, if this is not a hearing, but it's informational at my discretion, if you would briefly just, before we go to exec, give us a quick explanation of HR 31, if you would.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the members of the State Federal Relations Committee. Representative Joe Sweeney from Rockingham 25. So I do have an amendment in from OLS on this House resolution. I'm not sure if they've been able to get it over to you. It's a simple amendment, and I'm passing around a handout of the actual bill we're trying to get Congress to support through this resolution. The title that I had submitted to OLS was the Dignity Through Prosperity Act, but the new title of the legislation is the Patent the Extended Patent Act, which is being passed around now. So it's a simple amendment. It just replaces the name of the legislation from what's in the House resolution currently to what is now in front of you as the title of the bill.
So, excuse me, Representative. So, as you know, we're going into exec session, and we will. Do you have a member of the committee to introduce this when we come back to exec session?
I don't currently know. I don't have the copy of the amendment on me yet.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
I do. I believe this is it. But go ahead, carry on. We just need somebody to introduce and second the amendment. But please continue to describe.
I want to say, so this bill, this resolution I filed is on behalf of my constituent Earl Cobb, who's over here in his wheelchair. He's a patent owner, and the goal of the legislation is to urge Congress to provide more security, more flexibility to disabled patent owners that hold patents within the country, and it's just proposing to Congress and asking them to support the legislation that he has drafted and he's pushing for. That's really the sum of it. The one-page resolution that we have doesn't touch Medicaid, Medicare, any of the hot topic issues. It's just in support of proposing this legislation to Congress.
Okay, Representative Sweeney, I'm going to ask that you get with Representative Mannion because he is a go-to guy for amendments.
Perfect.
So we want to make sure that the wording you want us to take up during our exec session, which we're getting into, is properly understood and introduced. So we are going to recess and come back to exec session. So if you can get with Representative Mannion on that so that we make sure we have the amendment. Now what I'm looking at here is not an approved amendment.
No, it is not. So that is a copy of the act that we want to go for Congress. It's the title of it is the only thing that's changing in this resolution. So the resolution is staying the same, except the title Dignity Through Prosperity Act is changing to the Extended Patent Term Act. That's on that bill. That's on that paper.
Okay, now we need a formal amendment.
No, and OLS is getting it drafted. I just don't have the copy of it yet from OLS.
Okay, that happens all the time, so I understand that. I'm going to leave it up to you, though, to get with Representative Mannion. And if we get the amendment, we can take it up. If we don't, then we can't take it up.
Absolutely.
Yes, Representative.
Mr. Chairman, will the amendment replace this whole bill?
What is, I believe your intent, explain, would you
Yeah, the
respond
intent
to
of the
that?
amendment is to change every instance of the phrase Dignity Through Prosperity Act to the Extended Patent Term Act, which is the paper that is in front of you. It's simply replacing the name of the act, as the name has changed since I filed the resolution. Everything else in the House resolution will stay the same, except for the instances in which Dignity Through Prosperity Act appears. It'll be replaced with Extended Patent Term Act.
Okay, well, thanks for explaining that, and you understand how things work here. We need to have the amendment. If we don't have the amendment, we'll exec we'll make a decision on it. But it sounds like this is in the works. We're always hearing OLS is working on it, so we're going to break, and we will see what they come back with. Anything?
Massimilla has a question.
Yeah, Representative Massimilla, sure.
Explain the bill to us, because I'm not clear, nor is Representative Lundgren, in exactly what it's asking.
Yes, thank you, Representative. Again, we opened this and recessed it. There were no pink cards. I read it and reread it, and I've said to my colleagues I didn't really understand it that well. And now there's an amendment that we're going to take up if we get it. So before we break, if not all of us understand what we're about to exec as well as we'd like to, so can you take another couple minutes and in response to Representative Massimilla?
And I did file this on behalf of a constituent who's here and can take questions, but I know we're not in a public hearing. This bill, we are in a public hearing, so I do have my.
This is a public hearing now on the bill.
Well, this is not scheduled as a public hearing. This is
That's the problem.
this is we've finished our public hearing. We've gone to exec session, and the amendment that I heard was forthcoming. We just need to get a handle on that.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
With all due respect to the chair, and this is just for everybody's edification, if Representative Mannion wants to bring that amendment into the committee when we take it up in executive session, he can explain what the amendment does.
Right.
By having the sponsor of the bill now testify, you've reopened the hearing.
Correct, and that's what
It hasn't been posted.
That's exactly right. That's why we are talking about this in the context of an exec session. So Representative Shurtleff is right, and he's saying what I have said earlier. This is not a hearing. We'll take the amendment up. If the amendment is forthcoming, as Representative Shurtleff said, Representative Mannion can speak to it. So I'm going to leave it to you and the possible introducer, and he'll need a second. So that's where we stand, and we will come back to that. So that's where we stand.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are in exec session. As I've said a couple times, we're going to, don't panic, we're going to recess. We will have caucuses. So it's 11:55. Let's come back here at 12:45. Madam Ranking Member, that gives you 50 minutes for lunch and caucus. If you need to grab lunch, so you have 50 minutes.
Maybe people get their lunch at meet in 403, so we could eat in caucus at the same time.
So I'll leave that to your caucus to manage that 50 minutes. On the red team, let's meet right now in the office, and we will reconvene for the rest of the executive session at 12:45. Okay, folks, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, as soon as the ranking member is seated, take your time, Representative Massimillo. Especially because you're giving out helpful items. Yes, I did. I got my helpful item. All right. At this time, we will commence our executive session. We have, let me see, 7 measures that we will exec today, and that'll finish our work. We have a Senate bill on Monday, and then we'll see if we get anything for crossover or not. So before I thank anybody for all their great work, let's see how this goes today. First one is kind of the big one. I've received seems like hundreds of messages. Maybe some of you have as well on HB 1156, the measure that has to do with sovereignty, the CDC, the WHO, and there's an amendment percolating. Representative Mannion, I think it was just passed out. Would you?
Yeah, I did. So while you were all gone, I did put the amendment there. So it's Amendment 0582H.
So you're making a motion?
A motion to amend 1156.
With Amendment 0582H?
Yes.
Do we have a second? Representative Levitt,
Yes, I'd like to
seconds.
second
Madam Clerk,
that.
you
Yes.
ready to rock and roll here? When you're ready. I don't want to get ahead of you.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative?
Yeah, question for the sponsor of the amendment, on the amendment.
Just waiting make sure the clerk's ready.
Oh, I know, okay. May I inquire?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first line of the bill says the World Health Organization shall have no jurisdiction in New Hampshire. Do they currently have jurisdiction in New Hampshire?
Currently, no. The idea here is in case we enter into any kind of treaties or something in the future that may give them supremacy over the state.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So this is preemptive language, kind of to Representative Shirtleff's point?
Yes.
Preemptive?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Mannion, what else would you like to say
sorry,
with regard
yes.
to your amendment?
So the amendment is pretty much the same bill that we've already seen, except it removes all the references to the Centers for Disease Control and specifically focuses on the World Health Organization. The idea here is that trying to limit CDC, there are arguments, especially some of the emails we've seen from nurses and such, saying that there could be potential problems with even rudimentary things that we use every day that cite the CDC. It wouldn't be great, but the World Health Organization is like a extra national organization.
Representative Levitt, anything to your second?
I concur with that. I agree with Representative Mannion.
Okay, I have just a quick comment on the amendment. The original measure, the resolution, basically specifically mentioned the CDC and the WHO and concerns about overreach by them, obviously related to the COVID pandemic. The amendment takes out the CDC part and leaves in the WHO.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's.
As you were.
I think the amendment takes out the World Health Organization and
No. It removes the CDC and leaves world. Where the idea is that we're trying to keep the World Health Organization out of influencing the state politics, things along those nature. So like we left the CDC, we removed it from the bill so that it no longer affects them. It only affects World Health Organization.
I sit corrected.
So I understand the animus, the concerns. We heard a lot of testimony about perceived, real or imagined, overreach by the CDC during the pandemic. And subsequent to when the pandemic ended or petered out, however you want to put it, in retrospect, a lot of the CDC policies, recommendations, mandates, in some cases, were found to be faulty, at least in the minds of many people, healthcare professionals or not. So understandably, the folks who thought that the CDC overreached, that was part of the reason for the resolution. The problem in terms of sovereignty, for me, is the CDC is part of our sovereign government. It's American. It's part of our government. The WHO is not. The WHO, as we heard, someone testified there was a communist who was the head of it. That was some of the testimony that we heard on the WHO. So I support the amendment. I understand the problems with the CDC, but I support the amendment because the WHO clearly does not, and in my opinion, should not have sovereignty. The WHO should not be dictating medical policy to states or organizations in the United States. So I support the amendment. Other thoughts? Oh, and by the way, I want to welcome our subs. We have 6. Representative Spear for Representative Boris, welcome. Representative Lane is back for Representative O'Neill. Welcome back. Representative Horgan, I've seen him before. He's here for Representative Toll. Representative Lachelles, thank you for being here for Representative Finney. Representative Dunn, good to see you here for Representative Harley. And Representative Bogert is here for Representative Piemonte. Welcome. Okay, so back to 1156. I just weighed in on yes, Representative Spear.
Thank you. My understanding is, and of course I'm not an expert, but I've been around the block on this a little bit, states are not allowed to enter into any kind of treaty with a foreign government, nor are they allowed to cancel a treaty that the federal government makes with a foreign government. So the basis for claiming that we can outlaw a treaty that may have been set up that has an HWO component to it, I'm not sure you can do that.
And this is an HB. This is not a resolution. It is a House bill. So that would be statutory. That is a fair observation. Other thoughts? Representative Shurtleff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to the bill's sponsor, the World Health Organization was created in 1946 or 48. And in that past 76 years, there's never been a problem. And I think this is kind of a little bit of overreach. If there's an issue, then address it. But there hasn't been, and I don't contemplate one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There was a lot of, again, this is exec session, there was a great deal of testimony from people. The doctor who spoke at great length about the WHO seemed to cite some specific concerns that she had with the WHO in particular that did resonate with me. Anyway, other thoughts, Representative Lloyd?
I'm just, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just thinking back to some of the testimony that she actually gave, and in one of those lines, it did claim that there was still sovereignty for our government within that treaty that would be going through. I thought that's one of the lines that we had picked out when we were going through everything.
That's correct. Someone else had a hand up.
Thank you. Well, I'm too a guest here, so I won't take too long, but I'm concerned, although I think the bill doesn't go quite far enough for this problem to crop up, but that may be still part of the intent of it, which is this would prevent certain public entities in the state from, collaborating or contributing to research in which the WHO is required, of which there's always a lot, especially during the pandemic, which I think is still going on, but that's just my opinion. Certainly, specifically, for example, the HHS, also the Vital Records Unit, which is under the Secretary of State's office, collects a lot of data, and then also quasi-public entities would certainly include the member institutions of the university system, and both UNH and Plymouth State in particular had extensive research programs and other programs connected with the pandemic. So I think, I don't think this would actually prevent them from doing that sort of work, but I still think I would not want to take the chance that somehow we've forbidden them from, collaborating on other health issues that crop up in the future. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative Levitt.
I feel this is a preemptive bill. I mean, our states were sovereign. I don't think that, what the WHO fears, or how about dictates, would be divulged into or mandated by the state of New Hampshire. So I just think it's a preemptive bill, and I'm all in on that one.
Other comments? We have a motion on the floor to amend, and before we call the roll on the amendment, I do want to point out, as I pointed out at the last exec session, oftentimes amendments, every amendment is intended to approve the measure, whether you agree with it or not. In most cases, a good case is made for the amendment. The case made here was in terms of sovereignty. There's a stronger case to be made for focusing on the WHO in terms of sovereignty issues as opposed to the CDC. So taking the CDC out, as the amendment does, should address, I think, some of the concerns that were raised. So whether or not you can ultimately support OTPA if it is amended, I hope that there can be some support for this amendment moving forward. Last call for comments before we run the roll on the amendment. Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, the motion is on the amendment to HB 1156. The amendment is 0582H.
Okay, Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative, was Phyllis here?
No.
No. Who's replacing Phyllis? Nobody?
No one.
Nobody, okay. Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Dunn.
Yes.
Representative Gagné.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative LaSalle.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Shirtliff.
No.
Representative Masmilla.
No.
Representative Spear.
No.
Representative Carey. Yes. Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, madam.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Siebert.
No.
Representative Filio. Oh, he's not here either, is he? Nope. Okay. All right. And the chair.
Chair votes yes to the amendment.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 8. Is that right?
Is
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 10, 8. Yep.
Let me just check the
10, 8. Thank you. No, we're missing Sean and Phyllis.
We're missing two, so
Yeah.
it should add up to 18.
18. Yep. So we only have
And it
18.
does add up to 18.
Yep.
And you voted yea. Okay. Thank
Now,
you.
where would we miss it?
So the amendment passes 10 to 8. So the next issue, the next item is we need a motion on OTPA.
I motion OTPA.
Oh.
Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, Madam Clerk, once again, Representative Mannion motions OTPA on 1156, and Representative Levitt seconds that. We've already had quite a lot of discussion on the amendment as a whole, but Representative Mannion, would you like to speak to your
A lot of the stuff that we already covered, I thought it covered very well. One of the mentioning of treaties, like if we move into a situation where the United States starts entering into these treaties that adversely affect the population of the United States, we should as a state do everything in our power to restrict that, not only federal overreach, but its international overreach into the very, day-to-day lives of us. And we should be pushing back against that. And if we have to call on Article 5 to revoke our treaty binding to the state, so be it. But I think this is a good start here.
Thank you, Representative. I share your sentiments. Representative Levitt, to your second.
I concur. I mean, again, this is preemptive, but I think it works for what we need during our present state.
Other thoughts? Representative Siebert, your red light's on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I kind of left it on. Yeah, I do have a thought. It was brought up during the hearing about enforcement of this legislation, and we were told that it would be the people. And yeah, I'm not going to vote for this because I believe that's a dangerous precedent it's a dangerous precedent to set. Yeah, being a House bill. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lloyd.
I just feel like rejecting the guidance of the WHO in New Hampshire really undermines public health efforts and promotes misinformation during a potentially troubling time and confusing time. If we look back at the COVID pandemic, like hindsight is 2020. We're finding out things that, I may regret disinfecting all of my groceries that were brought into the house, but I mean, science changes as things go on, and this jeopardizes the safety and well-being of residents. And collaboration with reputable health organizations is essential for effectively addressing health crises and protecting the population from infectious diseases. I mean, it's just, we need that guidance sometimes, especially when people are really nervous and really upset. I'm sure that when a woman walked into my doctor's appointment wearing trash bags, she probably regrets that decision now, but hindsight is 2020, and, everybody was nervous and everybody was scared.
Thank you, Representative. I don't, as I read this amended measure, I don't see it as rejecting the WHO per se. I think it's a sovereignty issue. I see it as a statement that the WHO does not have, the power to mandate policies in this country. I agree that there is some services, some information they can provide for us to take at our discretion. So I don't see it as us rejecting the WHO. I do see it as an affirmation of our sovereignty. Representative Mannion, is that square with your?
Yeah, and the one thing I would say is so we have first order, when the infection spreads, everybody's going to get sick and all that. But then a lot of these countries were, especially coming from China, they had these, as I think it was Representative Belcher was talking about how they amped up the fear to get us to change our policies. And the World Health Organization went along with these Chinese demonstrated policies that were very damaging to families' livelihoods and second order effects, where people were just too scared to go to the doctor because they were afraid they were going to drop dead in the street. So there's going to be people now, as we're seeing as the years go on, that are going to die of preventable diseases that they didn't go get treated because they were terrified out of their minds that they were going to drop dead in the streets.
But Representative Mannion, to Representative Lloyd's point, do you see this as a rejection of the WHO per se?
I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say it's a rejection of the WHO. The individual people, whoever wants to go and listen to their guidance, that information is going to be published on the internet. Every individual's ability to make their own choice is not restricted here. It just restricts the government from listening to the World Health Organization's recommendations and implementing mask mandates, vaccine mandates, whatever it may be, following their guidance, which can't be trusted.
Representative Lloyd, did you have a finger up?
Yeah, just to point out again that this is a bill and not a resolution, and that's one of my biggest concerns with all of this here, is that there are legally binding things that happen with this. So.
Yes, there is that distinction, which we pointed out. Representative Siebert.
As we've kind of established today, it seems this would affect the VA, then I'm saying. Like, my husband went to the VA to get his COVID shot. Instead of doing the National Guard thing, he was able to go to the VA. He always puts things off anyway because of work. But he went to the VA and got it done like immediately, and it was very effective. So would he not be able to do that then?
That's
a government entity.
Well, this says specifically for the New Hampshire and the state and its political subdivision. So like the VA would be a federal healthcare facility that we can't really do much about.
Okay.
Representative Spear.
Thank you. Not having heard the hearing, so I would appreciate a clarification. It doesn't quite read like a bill. And in a bill, if you mandate something, then you're supposed to see a penalty if you don't do that. And so I don't see any enforcement capability in this bill. And so therefore it really doesn't define itself as a legal bill format. So do you have any comment about that?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. That's a fair observation. The language is what it is. That question has come up before. We did look at the language, we did amend it, but the extent of the amending process that we did or that was done focused on the WHO as opposed to the CDC. So the enforcement mechanism issue still is obviously an issue for some folks, like you just pointed out.
So what do we do about that? I mean, can you pass something that isn't really a bill? Exactly.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, and it's been amended once. So at this point in the process, we have to go yay or nay on the motion, which is OTPA. Anything else, Representative Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo some of the other concerns because the last sentence is troubles me in the sense it says, no, shall not be used. There's no option. And I thought I heard several people indicate, well, the state has the option. And the word shall leaves no option. So the state cannot use any of the World Health Organization data, information to justify any mask, vaccine, or medical testing requirements. I mean, they're drawing data from all over the world, and science does change. And I guess and it says, and shall have no force or effect in New Hampshire. And I think it was Representative Horgan who indicated that, public health probably over in the University of New Hampshire probably use that data and use it to support a lot of things that they come up with. So are we restricting them? Because reading this, I would say we're telling them they cannot use that because it says shall.
I take that as a bit of a rhetorical question. Someone had a hand, Representative Lundgren?
Yeah, my point on that is if you read it, is World Health Organization will mandate that we have to wear a mask, vaccine, or medical tests. That's why I think I'm definitely against it. I don't want World Health Organization telling me what I should do and follow the CDC guidelines. Thank you.
And you say that as a medical professional. You're in the business, right?
Yes, sir.
Representative Bogert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In following up on that line 8, 9, and 10, it says, furthermore, any requirements, mandates, and instructions by this organization shall not be used, but it does not say that we cannot use the test data in order to further the research that is done here by RCDC. It just states that if the WHO, the World Health Organization, says you will get your shots and that's the end of the subject, we don't have to follow it. It says we're going to mandate y'all to do it. We don't have to follow it. It doesn't say we cannot take their research and validate it with our research being done at UNH and stuff. There's nothing in here saying you can't take the data. It just says you do not take the mandate from them that you do what we tell you to do. That's all it's stating.
Thank you, Representative Bogert. Yes, to Representative Lane's point, I read this as simply saying that WHO mandates shall not be used in the state to justify. In other words, if you're a school or a business or any entity and you want to put in a mask mandate, that I think is a local decision, but you can't, according to this, you can't use the WHO as a sole justification. A WHO mandate is a sole justification for a mask mandate. Okay, Representative Horgan.
Yes, we mentioned China. I think China has 3 times the population of the U.S., so they're even though we're a very large country, they're even bigger. And I'm just from what I tried to keep up what was going there as best I could, which not very well. I think whatever they did was primarily directed at what was going on in China, trying to stop the pandemic in China. So I don't think they were necessarily trying to scare us. As far as I know, the Chinese people Chinese government pretty much ignores us as long as we, send their manufacturing plants money. I don't think they.
Well, that's not relevant to
no,
the.
exactly. Fair enough. Yes, but something is more relevant. A lot of the masks we got. Remember, Dean Kamen flying to Manchester Airport with all those PPEs. Those were all made in China, and then a lot of the mask and other devices are in fact made in China because they're a big part of a global economy. And of course, those masks are not 100% effective. I admit that. As for the vaccines.
Okay, again, the efficacy of the masks is not the issue. The issue is whether we want to have WHO mandates subject to use to employ and enforce policies here.
Yeah, the vaccines, they've been blamed for every adverse health thing that's happened to anybody in the United States or the world since the vaccines were started circulating. I guess it was 2 years ago, but those events happened during the pandemic and before. And of course, something we did have during the pandemic was 1 billion extra deaths just in the U.S. from respiratory disease, which is actually is much bigger than anything that's been tied rightly or wrongly to the masks or the vaccines. But
okay.
But anyway,
thank you for that, Representative. Other Representative Lloyd.
I'm just trying to recall everything during COVID because, for me, it was very different than a lot of you. I was in and out of the hospital constantly. I had 5 surgeries throughout 2020. And because you all masked, because you all took precautions, I was able to go into surgeries and not have to worry about whether or not I contracted COVID. So there are positive effects for things, but I'm kind of curious. Back during those days, it wasn't just the WHO that we were using for mandates. It was a combination of people and of organizations that we were using in order to create mandates. So it's not like doing this is not, in my opinion, going to help anything or further anything. It may potentially harm things by taking information away from the public.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Bogert, you have something new?
Yes, and our society here in America depends on our CDC to give us directions and stuff. So when the mask mandate came down, it wasn't as the World Health Organization was pushing their agenda. The CDC was, by an act of the president's, have given us that direction. We should wear the mask. And so the whole country as a whole, following CDC, not the World Health Organization, wore a mask. Then the advent of the shots came into play. And then that's where things started falling apart because the research wasn't being forthright and does. And so now we having to follow something from the CDC mandate based on the World Health Organization mandate that says you're going to go do this, when now it divided the society because there wasn't no data, and the FDC did not qualify this drug that we were told to go take as a vaccine. So this place here does not take any of that away. It's the point I'm trying to say. As long as our CDC stays intact, then it gives direction for the American people to do. So it doesn't undercut any medical situation. It doesn't undercut any research, because research is not a mandate that you have to do something. It is just there so that you have the ability to incorporate that data into all the different data sets that are available. This bill does not take that away. It just says if the World Health Organization dictates you to do something, we don't have to follow it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And again, to your point, the CDC has been, the amendment removed the CDC from the equation here. Representative Shurtleff.
Believe me, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to prolong this. I'm getting older by the minute. But I now have a question that the other members of this committee made me think about. What, heaven forbid, if we have another pandemic and the state entomologist recommends to the governor mandatory masks, and a reporter says to the state entomologist, what did you base this idea of masks on? And he or she says, on the information provided by the WHO and CDC, because he said those three awful words, WHO, does that nullify the ability to wear masks?
That's a good question.
That's why I asked it.
And my take on that is that the I'm not saying it right. Entomologist studies something else, but the Dr. Chan type person, if this happens again, should not mention the WHO, because if he wants to justify a mask mandate, he would need to justify some other entity. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Gagny.
Oh, thank you. You're gonna do what I'm suggesting, that we beat this horse to death now. I think we all know how we're gonna vote and what we're gonna vote, so I would move the vote, sir.
Okay, Representative Gagny moves the vote. I saw no hands at any rate. The question is on the OTP motion for OTPA for HB 1156. When you're ready, Madam Chair, the motion is OTPA.
Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Aye.
Representative Dunn.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Shurtleff.
No.
Representative Massmilla.
No.
Representative Spear.
No.
Representative Carey. No. Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, madam.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Siebert.
No.
No. Okay. And the chair?
Yes to OTPA.
Okay. 9-9.
Do we need, I'd make a motion. No, well, you can make that motion.
Well, I'm sorry, you go ahead and.
So the motion fails with a 9-9 vote.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, it would, when we exhaust the amendments, or not the amendments, but the alternative motions, it would go to the floor 9-9, depending upon subsequent motions. I see one here, Representative Massimillo.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, ITL.
Motion is to ITL. Do we have a second?
Second.
Speak to your motion, Representative Massimillo.
Again, I think we've heard so many concerns about this bill and how it would affect us. that I really think we need to ITL it for now. If it was a resolution, maybe something different.
Representative Shirtliff?
Well, no, I totally agree with the ranking member.
Okay, without seeing any hands for anything new to be added, Madam Clerk, we have an alternative motion of ITL made by Representative Massimilla, seconded by Representative Shirtliff. When you're ready, you can call the roll on the ITL.
This is what you call a pregnant pause. Okay. Representative Rollins.
No.
Representative Lundgren.
No.
Representative Levitt.
Nope.
Representative Dunn.
No.
Representative Gagny.
No.
Representative Bogert.
No.
Representative Lascelles.
No.
Representative Mannion.
Nope.
Representative Shirtliff.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Carey. Yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
And the chair.
No.
There you go.
So we have 9-9 on the ITL motion. So neither motion passes. This will go to the floor without any recommendation. We will need reports. Representative Mannion, you'll do one report. For the other side, Representative Massimilla, if you could get those to me by 1800 on Sunday, that's right before kickoff.
Yeah.
Okay, we got the, that was one of the big ones. Moving right along to HB 1485, that's the bill on the COVID study committee. Do I have a motion perhaps from Representative Gagny?
You could be right, Mr. Chairman. I motion interim study on 1485.
Motion is interim study. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Representative Lundgren seconds. Representative Gagny, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Belcher, who's the prime sponsor of this bill, came to us and then said that perhaps instead of passing this bill, looks like there might be some work needed to it. So he recommended that we move it to interim study, and we agreed. So I would ask you to vote yes on interim study.
Representative Lundgren,
I agree.
any other comment?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Shirtliff.
Yeah, I think it's a moot point. As I think it was brought up at one of our chairs meetings, the speaker told us he has formed a committee that he's already appointed people to study the same topic. And so it's like, I don't think there's any need even for an interim study where the speaker's already got this in motion. And it could cause confusion to what he's trying to do and accomplish. I would suggest we move ITL.
Thank you, Representative Shirtliff. Other comments? To Representative Shirtliff's comment, I am not sure of the status of the, I know the prime sponsor himself, as Representative Gagny said, asked for, he recommended interim study himself. I'm not sure where things stand elsewhere. So to be safe, and because we can do an interim study, and then if the other interim studies move forward, we don't need to.
That's fine. I just want to bring it to the attention.
Correct. We don't have to spend time on it if we don't need to. That's a good point. Anything else? All right, Madam Clerk, the motion is interim study on HB 1485. When you're ready.
Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Aye.
Representative Dunn.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Shirtliff.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Carey. Yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
No.
No. Okay. So. Chair.
Chair votes yes.
Okay. So 17-1.
17-1. Representative Siebert, any objection to consent calendar, or would you want to see this go to the
You
floor?
can put it on consent.
Consent it will be? No problem. Okay. Thank you all for that. Moving right along to HR 22. That is the measure with regard to 13th Amendment type language on involuntary servitude. Do we have a motion for that?
Are we doing 31?
No,
Oh.
this is HR 22.
Oh, 22, okay. Christine, you want to make the motion?
Oh, yeah, I motion, sorry. I motion ought to pass on this one.
Motion from Representative Siebert is OTP ought to pass on HR 22. Second from Representative Shurtleff. Representative Siebert, to your motion.
Yeah, I believe that this is long overdue. Yeah, I think that's all there is to say about that. I mean, I think it's definitely, we were, again, for another week, enlightened to stuff that is going on. And yeah, so I believe in this, and I believe that I fully support it. So I hope you do too. Thank you.
Representative Shurtleff.
Ditto.
Anyone else? Representative Mannion?
I'm actually a co-sponsor on this. I firmly believe that exception clause is super problematic in the 13th Amendment. It gives an excuse and actually incentivizes the government to keep making victimless crimes to throw people in prison for slave labor.
Anyone else? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP ought to pass on HR 22. When you're ready.
Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
No.
Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Dunn.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lassell.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Shurtleff.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Okay, 70-1.
You know what, Mr. Chair? Can I change my vote to yes?
Yes, you can at this point. You
I
still,
would like to make it unanimous.
okay, Representative Lundgren
Thanks.
votes yay, yes.
So that's 18-0.
So 18 to nothing, with no objection, we will recommend that for consent calendar. Okay, moving right along, HR 27 is the climate-related resolution that I introduced this morning. So I'll speak very briefly. I've already spoken to it at length earlier today. So in summary, all this resolution does is that thank you, Representative Gagny. First things first, I would like to make a motion on HR 27, which is OTP.
Yes. Rep Judy.
And I'm sorry?
Like OTP. Oh, I think he wanted a second.
So,
besoin d'un deuxième.
répétez, s'il vous plaît. So Representative Judy seconds the OTP motion on HR 27. So as I started to say earlier, I've already spoken to it. In essence, this simply asks that in forming climate policy, that everyone's voices are heard. The concern of myself and others are that some voices are being suppressed. And I think for us to make good policy here in this House and elsewhere, we need to listen to and engage everyone in an inclusive fashion. Representative Judy, you seconded it. Would you like to add or speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair. From my point of view, we really need a climate policies. and it is crucial to consider like a long-term climate policies in New Hampshire. A dialogue is really important. Le dialogue est important.
Thank you, Representative. You certainly concur regarding dialogue. Anything else? Seeing no hands, the motion, Madam Clerk, is OTP on HR 27.
Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Representative Lundgren.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Dunn.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Bogert.
Yes.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Shirtliff. Representative Massmilla.
No.
Representative Spear.
No.
Representative Carey. No. Representative Horgan.
No.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Siebert.
No.
And the chair.
Yes.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 10-8. Next.
And the count,
10-8.
10 to 8 for OTP. I will do a report. And for the other perspective, do we have a report writer?
It doesn't need to be one, Mr. Chair.
No report to the contrary?
He wants to do one now, not necessary.
Okay. Then it is on to HR 26. And we're looking for a motion on HR 26. That has to do with the constitutional amendment, corporate rights in that area. Representative Massimilla.
I make a motion not to pass.
OTP motion not to pass from Representative Massimilla on HR 26. Do we have a second? Representative Shirtliff seconds. Representative Massimilla?
I think listening to the testimony, the prime sponsor said that, I think it was the prime sponsor, said that corporations are not human. And I think that's the bottom line. And yes, it does reference, Citizens United, but it goes back to the railroad incident that she brought up. And I just think that since Citizens United, a lot's taken place that disrupts our politics. So that's.
Representative Shirtliff?
I concur with those comments.
I have a comment, and then I'm certainly looking for other comments. I have to say in all candor that I agree with the Supreme Court rulings on speech. Buckley versus Vallejo was mentioned. Citizens United, I agree with those. With all due respect to the prime sponsor of the resolution, the resolution specifically says money is not speech, but the Supreme Court has essentially said in wording similar to money vis-a-vis speech that money is part of the First Amendment in terms of you can't stop someone from spending money on something that they want to promote, whether it's a candidate or a cause. So money does equate, in my view, to First Amendment speech rights, and so I agree with the Supreme Court on that, and I could not support this resolution. Other thoughts, Representative Mannion?
Yeah, I completely concur with what you're saying. The product of your life and liberty is your property, and your money is part of your property, and you should be allowed to use your property to speak freely. Protected speech.
Thank you. Representative Siebert?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for taking my question or comment. So I believe this was more, I took it to be more, and what I read is to be more about corporations not being people, not necessarily about the money and people. It's about the corporations not being people. Yeah. So, yeah.
Representative Carey, your light's on. Did you want to speak? Yes.
I must be two people. I am a corporation and I'm a person, so therefore I have double the rights, right?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Would you believe?
Well, this is exec session, so you can just say what you want to say. And Representative Sieber makes a good point. I was focusing on the speech, which is part of the resolution. The notion of corporations being persons in law, that's the way it currently is. And I think that I don't have as strong a feeling about as I do the speech issue. But that is that's the second part of this that the prime sponsor wanted to change. That part of it is not as paramount to me as the speech part. Anything else? Representative Lane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Coming from election law, which is my regular committee, we hear a lot of bills and dialogue about Citizens United and the effect that it has had on participation by people. In law, a corporation is a person, and I think the testimony made it very clear that corporations may be persons for legal reasons, but they are not human and they are not endowed with the same rights that we have under the Constitution. And they've also been a lot of evidence, and I can't cite it, I'm sorry, but there's been a lot of evidence that Citizens United has really harmed our constitutional democracy to the point where corporations, rather than the people, are making a lot more of the decisions because they have a lot more of the money. And they buy ads and they can afford to do things that, frankly, I can't do, and maybe many of you could, but I can't do it. And I think that my vote and my voice should count more than a corporation's. So that's just my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lane. Anything else? Seeing no more, yes, Representative Siebert.
I make a comment that I'm not going to vote on. I'm going to vote in favor of this, largely because I believe that too many politicians are being bought out at the state, federal level, local level, just everything. And yeah, so corporations are pretty much buying out politicians. That shouldn't be allowed. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, yes, Representative Lascelles.
Yes, a question to the committee. I wasn't here when the bill was introduced, but are labor unions considered corporations?
I'm going to go to Representative Shurtleff if on that one. If
you call the wrong person,
you don't have to say.
I don't know if they are or not. I don't know if they're incorporated. Well, they could be. They could be. I don't know.
Representative Lascelles, I had the same thought actually when I was listening to some of the comments. I suppressed that question that you brought forth. I think that is relevant, but again back to the motion. The motion is OTP on the measure. Does anyone else want to touch? Representative Lane, do you want to touch on that one?
I don't know the exact answer, but I can, in the sense that labor unions and corporations have different rules that apply to them on how they can give to campaigns. For labor unions, it has to come from the members and be specifically segregated. For a corporation, the corporation can make that decision on its own, regardless of what the shareholders are, regardless, and they don't have to have it as a separate thing. So I don't know, in some contexts, I bet labor unions are considered to be a person purely in a corporate sense. And I don't use corporate to mean corporation. I just mean like in a business sense, like a limited liability company or something like that.
but that's just my opinion, and I'm no longer practicing law, so that's it.
Note to self, Representative Lane used to practice law. I need to know who are potential resources. Anything, Representative Horrigan?
Just getting to the unions, when they're not allowed to give campaign donations directly, but they all have PACs that are associated with them, and the members can choose to contribute to the PAC or not. It's just full disclosure. I got couple of checks from labor union PACs during my last campaign. I don't think I've ever gotten one from a corporation per se. Corporations actually are allowed to write checks directly to candidates and campaign committees here in New Hampshire and federally. But I mean, they are a corporate entity. They're somewhat different from a corporation, though. But they're a type of corporate entity. But I think we're thinking of corporations who are like private business corporations who are organized very differently from a labor union. But
I will resist the temptation to ask for you to elaborate on the donations that you got.
Bless you.
Thank you for that, Representative. Anything else? Seeing no hands, the motion is OTP on HR 26. Madam Clerk, when you are ready, you can call the roll on the OTP.
Representative Rollins.
No.
Representative Lundgren.
No.
Representative Levitt.
Nope.
Representative Dunn.
No.
Representative Gagny.
No.
Representative Bogart.
No.
Representative Lascelles.
no.
Representative Mannion.
No.
Representative Shirtlift.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Carey. Yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yes.
And the chair.
No.
Okay, so 9-9.
9-9, the OTP motion does not move forward. Do we have an alternative?
I'll motion ITL.
Motion from Representative Mannion is ITL. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second is from Representative Gagny. Representative Mannion, anything new?
Nothing new. I think it's covered.
Representative Gagny, seconder.
Ditto, as my esteemed colleague from the other side said.
So the motion is to ITL. Is there anyone else who would like to add anything new?
And who made and seconded that?
The second was Representative Gagny.
Gagny.
Are you sorry, hand somewhere?
I would
Representative
just
Sherlock?
ask members to vote against that motion. So the prevailing motion would be the OTPA.
So the ITL motion is on HR 26. When the clerk is ready, we'll call the roll on the ITL, inexpedient to legislate.
Okay. Representative Rollins.
Yes.
Okay. And Representative Lindgren.
Yes.
Representative Levitt.
Yes.
Representative Dunn.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Bogart.
Yes.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Shirtlift.
No.
Representative Massmilla.
No.
Representative Spear.
No.
Representative Carey. No. Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Judy.
Non, madame.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Siebert.
No.
And the chair.
Yes to ITL.
Okay, so Groundhog Day.
9-9, so this will move without recommendation to the full House. Representative Mannion, can I look to you for a report
Yes.
before kickoff on Sunday? And for the other,
Just a comment.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I think you meant to say it'll go to the House with a recommendation of ought to pass.
correct, that technically, if it's a tie vote, the OTP motion takes precedent. Thank you, Representative Sherlock. So it'll go to the House, starting with an OTP recommendation, even though it was a tie 9-9 vote. And still looking for another report writer. Representative Massimella? Thank you. That brings us to HR 23 with regard to universal health insurance. We spent a lot of time on that today. We talked about it in our caucuses, and we'll talk about it again and vote on it is the plan. Do I have a motion for HR 23?
I'd like to make a motion.
Representative Lloyd.
I'd like to motion ought to pass.
Representative Lloyd motions OTP ought to pass on HR 23. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Siebert seconds. Representative Lloyd, would you like to speak to that?
I think that we've reached a point in American healthcare where we need some solutions. It's kind of, as was evidenced by all of the testimony that we heard, we only heard testimony in support of this. And that just speaks to how bad the situation is right now for the everyday individual. Just last week, I was yelled at by my surgeon because I went for a little while without health insurance and couldn't go see him when I re-injured my knee. And so there are things that affect us on a day-to-day basis. I was 37 years old. I had a skiing accident and I was in the hospital and had to go through 3-4 years, almost 4 years now, of physical therapy. And so one situation can change your luck. So I just really think that it's important for all Americans to have some sort of health coverage so that they don't have to worry.
Representative Siebert?
I just concur, and I want to add that this is really about the doctor, your doctor being able to make your healthcare or to, guide your healthcare decisions without having to go through a middleman, which is currently the way it stands. And so I'm completely in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Siebert. You mentioned that this is about the doctors, and we have a doctor type of person on the committee.
He is a doctor. Honest to God.
Doctor, is it Dr. Lundgren?
It's fine. I'm against this, and I'll give you the reason why. I've been in the healthcare field for 47 years. I've seen. I'll be very brief because I'd like to get out of here as well. I've seen people come from Canada to MDs that I know. I'm a DC to get the proper health care. Canada's universal health care. I beg to differ. Anyway, Copenhagen, I spent time in there for a while. Same kind of thing. People, it takes them time to get any kind of care. Now, I heard the doc this morning talk about, or maybe it was the lady, 6 hours in the emergency room. Well, yeah, things need to be fixed. But you get care that day. Some people go 6 months. Now, I'll give you one more example. Ted Kennedy had some kind of cancer, all right? He was able to get care immediately because of his status as a senator, whereas same people had to wait 6 to 8 months to get that care. So I'm against it, and I hope I came across okay, even though I'm some kind of a doc.
Thank you, Dr. Lundgren. Representative Mannion, who is not a doctor.
Not a doctor. So my fears for any kind of universal healthcare system came from the one question I did ask. During the pandemic and shortly thereafter, when the vaccine mandates were coming down, there were many, many talking heads on late night talk shows saying, well, if you don't get jabbed, you don't get healthcare. And those kind of people would be the voting individuals that would end up carving the procedures and the rules and such like that from the top down. So like this, it's going to be universal unless if you didn't get the jab, you don't get anything. And that's the kind of system that I cannot possibly support.
Other hands, Representative Lascelles.
Yes, I think it's important when you
look at the healthcare situation, and I think we can all agree that healthcare is in crisis today. We have people who go to emergency rooms and sit there for hours and hours and hours to get care. I am frustrated by people who are afraid of going to the doctor because they're afraid of bankrupting themselves. So we definitely have a crisis. One of the advantages of being as old as I am is that you have the benefit of looking in the past. And if you plot healthcare in this country and the overall cost of healthcare, and if you plot it, you'll see that the line stays fairly level until it goes zooming up. And that zooming up was the implementation of Medicare in this country. And with Medicare, the overall cost of medicine went way up. Now, I'm not sure if you look at that, whether the quality of healthcare in this country has kept pace with the cost. And I would caution people who are looking at this, do not equate coverage with quality. And I think in so many cases here very recently, we've had changes in our healthcare system. And certainly more people now have coverage. There's no doubt about that. But has overall quality gone up? I don't think that's so much of a slam dunk. So I'll be voting against that, against this measure, because I think it's such a complicated situation that, and I echo Representative Mannion's problem, is that whenever you have the government, and don't think that this isn't government health care. What this is saying is if you want universal health care, it's run by the government. And I don't think that's a good thing. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Representative. I see three hands as we head down the home stretch. And whose was first over here?
Representative LaSalle, you stated that as old as you are. So were you treated with herbs when you came over on the Mayflower?
That's kind of a rhetorical question of sorts. Representative Massimilla has her hand up.
I just wanted to clarify for Dr. Lundgren that this is not socialized medicine in which the government runs the healthcare facilities. This is universal. And we got a clarification on that when we had the speakers. The other thing is, this is a reminder that it's a House resolution. It will go to the feds if we are lucky enough to get it there. So that's the other part. And then there are a couple of misspellings in the bill. If you look on line 30, it says, whereas as small state, New Hampshire cannot. I think it should be whereas a small state like New Hampshire cannot provide. Okay, that's on line 30. And then there's one more. I thought it was important. We're going to pass it.
Well, we can't change it.
I'm a teacher.
She's a teacher.
I'm a teacher. I'm sorry. And then on line 10 on the second page, it says that the clerk of New Hampshire House of Representatives is directed to prepare copies of this memorial. It's not a memorial. It's maybe a memorandum.
Good teacher.
Thank you for those two catches. I read that and I didn't know if memorial, and I'm kind of a word person. I didn't know if memorial was just another way of another synonym for this type of measure. That's how I just assumed that that OLS had.
I've seen that before, Mr. Chairman.
So that wouldn't concern you?
Not if yet.
In the as versus a, one is a little bit better grammatically than the other. I think there's no change in the intent or the message. I do want to say to your point about when you made that question earlier about socialized medicine, I think I said that was a good question and a good answer. The doctors, as I understood, that would not be working for the government were this to go forward. They would still be working for themselves or for some other entity. I think that's an important, useful distinction. Thank you for that. Representative Bogert.
Thank you for taking my comment. In listening to the discussion across here, it's a very good discussion on this. And it seemed to keep coming up with the fact that people go to have long wait periods to see their doctor, and they have long wait periods as they go to the emergency room and stuff. But not knowing, because I was not privileged to be here for the public hearing, I do not understand how universal health care will solve any of those problems. We currently have that problem today, and a majority of the people have insurance. And as myself, and as I make a doctor appointment, it's 3 months out. They don't care if I have insurance, no insurance, or whatever. You're not going to get into the doctor because we don't have enough doctors. If you go try and go see one of your specialists, you're 3-4 months out from seeing a specialist. They didn't ask if you had insurance or not, and they don't care at that moment when they're making the appointment. They go, there's too many people calling for too little of service availability. So once again, I have to ask, how does universal health care remedy your wait period in order to see a doctor? That has nothing to do with your ability to pay. It just has the ability that we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough specialists in the state of New Hampshire to cover all the medical needs that people want to go to see their doctor for. Now, if we want to look at governments taking over our health care, all one has to say is VA hospital and the VA medical thing, and then tell me how well the government works with that, and do the comparison and answer that question for yourself. Thank you.
Representative Sherliff, I think you're going to say what I was about to say about the VA, maybe?
Yes, I've gone through VA for counseling and other things, and the VA is second to none. I got tremendous respect for the people I've dealt with, and with all due respect, and my other comment, of course, was about the long white beard. Were you looking at me when you said that? No, I'm only kidding on that part. But as far as the VA goes, it really is an excellent and gets a lot of knock, but I defer to the chair.
Thank you, Representative Bogert, and thank you. You were still, go ahead and finish.
And I'm not trying to discredit the VA. I'm based mine on the what I hear in the news, that there's long wait periods and times for people to get to go see the VA, and so I was using that parallel. Not the quality, not the quality of the service, because no matter where you go, you're going to get high quality service. It had nothing to do with that. It was in relationship to the amount of time it takes to see a qualified person.
You may be right. I can only speak to New Hampshire, and they've been excellent here in New Hampshire.
Thank you, Representative Bogert. I was going to make the same comment Representative Sherloff beat me to. I'll just support what he said. I have had some wonderful firsthand experiences with the VA, and I am grateful for what they do. I also know that many people historically over time have had some bad experiences, which have been highly public. I think in recent years they have really worked to improve their performance. So I just want to echo Representative Sherloff's comment there. Yes. Representative.
In the Commerce Committee, which is my regular committee, we hear a lot about insurance. We live and die by insurance over there, among other things. 6.5% of the people in New Hampshire are totally uninsured, cannot afford insurance. 24% of people in New Hampshire are underinsured. In other words, they can get insurance for part of the year, but they can't get insurance for the rest of the year because they're farm workers or they are in multiple different kinds of employment in order to make enough money to live in a house or whatever they're going to live in. So this state happens to be worse than the middle as to insurance in this country. And insurance, we don't make much of an effort to get them insured. Outside of Medicaid, which is a federal plan, a federal policy, we have too many people that have absolutely no access to medical care. And this is not a cheap state. This is a state with a pretty good medium income. And that's kind of sad. So if we can't do it ourselves, maybe we need some federal help.
Thank you, Representative Sierra. Another hand. Representative Lloyd.
I was just going to comment that a lot of places now do require your insurance when you log in and sign up for a doctor, and they do check before they allow you to have that care or that appointment with your doctor made. I also can say that while I was on my employer's insurance, they decided to switch plans. And I went from a plan where, as you've heard, I've had to have years of physical therapy to be able to walk and function again. They switched from a plan that had physical therapy covered, unlimited numbers, $10 a visit. That was great. They moved to a new plan. Next week, I will go into my office, I show my new card, and it's now $82 a visit. And on top of that, I get it capped at 60 visits. So I think really we need to have some sort of like overreaching or overarching policy in place that covers these types of things and also gaps in employment. I had to stay with an employer that I did not want to continue working for anymore because I didn't want to work in that environment anymore, and I had to stay on longer than I wanted to because I needed that insurance so that I could have another knee surgery, which is what happened in March. So
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lane.
Thank you. Two points. One personal. My son was working various jobs, and his employer did not really provide health care, and he was not making enough money to afford to buy in. So he went a long time in a fairly risky profession without insurance, which of course did not make his mother very happy. But I mean, he's, in the 30s. So I think there's a lot of people out there that we assume have health insurance that really do not, and they're not covered. He was above the amount to get full coverage, but then he was in that gap and there was nothing really he could do. So fortunately, he was able to borrow some money from the mom ATM. But it was very unsettling, and there were a lot of people, and it really opened my eyes to the issue. Secondly, I spent 10 years working as a legal aid attorney, and I can say that legal bills, strap, because when you go in without insurance, there's a different rate that you pay and that you're expected to pay. And the bills are crippling, and most people just don't have that kind of money. And while nationalization may not be the answer, I have not heard any other solution that seems to make sense. So for that reason, I'll support this, but we definitely need to do something. And I know it's beyond the purview of this committee, but, and New Hampshire's too small to do it on our own. We can't do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no more, I see two hands going up and down. Who's in?
With them?
Representative Horgan?
Yes. And of course, I filled out a pink card during the hearing, which was 2.5 hours ago. But just to reiterate, I've been on a single payer federal government health plan, Medicare, for 2 years, and it's worked out fairly well for me. And you can get supplement plans to go on top of it, because they only pay a certain percentage, but then it's up to you to either pay for it out of your own funds or get a supplemental insurance plan by a private insurance company. So I think that has worked well. Also, all the care of getting those EOB forms are pretty bizarre, like especially the number in the left hand of the column is is always like several orders of magnitude more than what I actually have to pay. But the Medicare but I think the Medicare has been good for that. In fact, a lot of times when you're paying for something out of your own pocket because you don't have insurance, they often, like, if it's something relatively inexpensive, they'll just say, well, we'll charge you the Medicare rate. And if you have the money to write a check for that, that's usually how they handle it. And then before that, for several years, I had a plan for the Affordable Care Act. That worked better than anything I did before. And one of the reasons, partially because that also set certain standards that the providers and the patients understood. So before that, it was total chaos, and especially within fighting around the problem tying insurance to employers. Every plan is different, and employers are often quite eager to not let you be eligible for the insurance, like just there's various ways around that. So that, and then trying to get something, at least if you're older, and apparently even like Representative Lane's son, through the private market. The free market is really, there's a large percentage of people the free market is just not interested in serving, so.
Thank you, Representative. Representative LaSalle, did you have your hand up? Go. Sure.
I would just like to echo what my friend Representative Shirtless said about the VA. As a disabled veteran, I've had literally millions of dollars spent on my body, and it might not look like it, but I've gotten a lot of good out of that. Every time I go into the hospital in Manchester, I'm treated like a king. And I would just like to thank the people of this country for what they've done for me. In this case, it's important that we do something because we are in crisis. But I'd just like to echo what Steve said about the VA.
The money was well spent, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. I'm trying not to mention the $6 million man from, but that was back in the 70s. Other hands? Seeing no more hands, the motion on the floor is OTP ought to pass on HR 23. Madam Clerk, that's our motion. When you're ready,
Representative Rollins.
No.
Representative Lundgren.
No.
Representative Levitt.
Nope.
Representative Dunn.
No.
Representative Gagne.
No.
Representative Bogart.
No.
Representative LaSalle.
No.
Representative Mannion.
No.
Representative Shirtlip.
Yes.
Representative Massmilla.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Representative Carey, yes. Representative Horgan.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui, madame.
Representative Lloyd. Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Siebert.
Yeah.
Okay, and the chair.
No.
There you go, Groundhog Day.
So we have a 9-9 vote. Representative Mannion, do you have an alternative?
Yes, I'd like to motion ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. To your motion, Representative Mannion.
No, I have no additional.
I have nothing new. We have spent a lot of time on this. Does anyone else have anything new? Okay, if the roll, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, this time the motion is ITL.
Okay, Representative Rollins,
Yes.
Representative Lundgren,
Yes.
Representative Levitt,
Yep.
Representative Dunn,
Yes.
Representative Gagne,
Yes.
Representative Bogart,
Yes.
Representative Lascelles,
Yes.
Representative Mannion.
Yes.
Representative Shirtliff. No. Representative Massmilla.
No.
Representative Spear.
No.
Representative Carey, no. Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Judy.
No, madam.
Representative Lloyd.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Siebert.
No.
Okay. And the chair?
Yes to ITL.
Okay, Groundhog Day, 9-9.
So this will be handled the same way the previous measure was as it goes to the House floor. I'll do a report, and who else would like to do a report? Do we have a report? I'm sure we must have a report. Representative Siebert. Representative Mannion, did that amendment ever come in for
Yeah,
HR 30?
that's actually what I was just checking on. That's why I was distracted.
Okay.
So I did forward it to the
Let's
committee.
take-
It came in. I can print it out.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We have one more measure, 5-minute recess. That's what they were working on.
On an amendment.
Right. Hey, folks, we're just waiting for some guidance on the one measure we still have left. We'll give you that word just momentarily. Representative Siebert, were you going to do the report on the involuntary servitude? I'm just trying to get my notes in order here. Was that you?
I don't remember it being made. That's. You gonna do it?
We still have to do a report. Yes, that's HR 22, yes. All right, thank you, Representative Siebert. Yeah, it's unanimous.
You're doing it.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, the one remaining motion, it's a measure, is a little bit complicated. It's HR 31. We initially had it scheduled, and the sponsors asked for a recess or more time. And now there's an amendment. So at this time, we need to recess on that, I'm told, HR 31 to a date certain. And so what we can do and will do at this time is, because it's just one simple measure with one sponsor, we should be able to meet as a committee on Thursday immediately after the session and deal with it. So that's what I am going to do at this time on HR 31. We're going to recess it to a date certain. That date certain is this coming Thursday, the 15th. And we will gather immediately. Question was, can we do it on Monday? And we checked on that, and the timelines don't work. They need, so yes, that would have been preferable if we could have done that, but we want to do everything legal around here because this is state federal.
The chair could just announce that from the well.
Correct.
On session day.
So those of you, most of you presumably will be here on Thursday, so we'll make the announcement on the floor. We will, and probably come here, have the executive session on that one measure, which should not take very long, and then we'll be done. So that's that. Are there any questions for me or anything else? I think we have all the report writers. Representative Bogert?
Yes, I just wanted one more time about my statement about the VA. It had nothing to do with the quality of the service that they were provided. And I wanted to make sure I was not making that statement. What I was comparing the length it takes to get an appointment in general with the medical field and going to the hospital.
Oh, sure. Fully understood, Representative. Representative Lundgren.
Mr. Chair, we meet at 1 p.m. on Thursday.
That's correct. It's the in the morning is the state of the state, and then we convene at 1 p.m. in Reps Hall for a session. Yes.
And you want to do this after? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I just announced. Yes.
Okay.
And so
It goes to
at the conclusion of the full session, we'll have an executive session on that final measure. Yes.
How about if we did it before the 1 p.m. start?
I'm looking at Christina, who I think. That's great.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, she was saying that we need to announce it on the floor as the protocol.
Okay.
So before or after, I've already made the announcement that we will announce it on the floor. We'll meet right afterwards to take care of it in exec. Okay? So that will be Thursday, the 15th. Anything else? I think we have all our report writers. Thank you, especially Representative Siebert, especially Representative Mannion. We don't spread things out equally here. Some people are more equal than others in terms of writing reports. And thank you for what you do. We usually meet on Fridays. I ask for them by 6 p.m. on Sundays so I can get them done Sunday night and in on Monday. So thank you for that. Those of you who are report writers, I will get with the ranking member. We'll need to confirm speeches for both this coming Thursday and the following Thursday. Speeches and PIs, we'll nail those down soon. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, thank you, subs, for being here. We'll see everybody. We'll see you in Concord.